Good morning, councillors, and welcome to our November meeting of Council. Councillor Kerry Shine won't be too far away. As I understand it, the time is right for us to begin the meeting. So, Deputy Mayor, councillors, welcome to you all. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of Council. I particularly acknowledge those who are in the gallery today, and thank you very much, some of which will be presenting as a deputation, others will be receiving awards, and others are here to join councillors in paying tribute to a remarkable human being who's helped council for many years at our sister city of Tokarski. We'll begin by opening the meeting with an acknowledgement to our traditional owners, and I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal and the Djarawar peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first peoples, and also acknowledge the Bigabal people to our south-west as well. Councillors, this morning I mentioned briefly at the introduction that we would obviously and should pay tribute to a long-term supporter of the Toowoomba region, Toowoomba City, prior to that, Mr Ishida. Mr Ishida is a fellow who is remarkable in his stature and support of our region. It's with deep sorrow that we inform you that Mr Ishida, and Mrs Ishida for that matter, were recipients of Keys to the City, and Mr Ishida's passing last week at the age of 82 is to be recognised this morning at this ordinary meeting of Council, as it should. On the 13th of November 1991, Toowoomba and Tokarski signed a Declaration of Friendship Sister City Agreement. In 1994, under the Sister City arrangement, Mr Ishida, then the director of J.A. Tokarski Agricultural Cooperative, was entrusted by then Mayor Imura with the responsibility of hosting graduates from Toowoomba. These graduates, employed by the Tokarski City Council as assisted English teachers, or AET, in Tokarski's public junior high schools, received support that extended far beyond professional realms. Over the subsequent 2 decades, from 1994 to 2014, Mr and Mrs Ishida, along with their family, extended extensive support to over 75 Toowoomba graduates working in Tokarski. They opened their home, offering support and assistance while AETs adjusted to life in Japan. This support proved instrumental to the AET success and the overall prosperity of the AET program. In August 2002, former Mayor Diane Thorley honoured Mr and Mrs Ishida by presenting them with the Keys to the City during their visit to Toowoomba. This surprise recognition acknowledged their outstanding contribution to the Sister City relationship, particularly in fostering the success of the AET program. Mr and Mrs Ishida's last visit to our region was in 2016 to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Sister City relationship. Our heartfelt condolences on behalf of all of our region go to Mrs Ishida and the entire family during this difficult time. Mr Ishida's legacy will endure through the countless lives he touched and the enduring bond between Toowoomba and Tokarski. Councillors, this morning we're also in the presence of Chris Mybush and his daughter Jill. Chris and Janet Mybush had a very close associationship with the Ishidas, and Chris, we know that this is also a sad time for you, so we acknowledge that. But on behalf of our region, we pay tribute to Mr Ishida and wish Mrs Ishida and the entire family all the very best during this difficult time. Thank you, councillors. Our next item, before we move to item number 2 in the items of the agenda, is council recognition. And this is a more joyous occasion, or joyous celebration. And the recognition today is to our Customer Communications and Engagement branch, who were recognised for their exceptional teamwork and innovation at the annual National Local Government Customer Service Network Conference earlier this month. They were nominated in 2 categories and tied for 2nd place for Customer Service Team of the Year. This is across the nation. The following awards were presented to Toowoomba Regional Council at the ceremony in Port Macquarie. National Customer Service Team of the Year Award, highly commended, and National Innovation of the Year Award, a finalist. The awards were accepted by Alan Luther, the Principal Customer Service Operations, and Zane Schuller, Coordinator of Customer Experience, and they're both here this morning. In addition to accepting the awards and learning what other councils are innovating in the customer service space, Alan also participated in a discussion panel around staff retention, engagement and succession planning, with TRC's model highly regarded within the network. Congratulations to all involved. It's a wonderful achievement to see the outstanding efforts of the Toowoomba Regional Council's customer service team recognised at a national level. And in doing so, I'd like to call Alan and Zane to come forward to receive the certificates, and I'm sure council colleagues will rightly show their encouragement to you both and your teams by way of acclamation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alan and Zane, for being here today. I do appreciate it. Councillors, we move to item number 2, and before doing so, let's all remind ourselves of our values and our behaviours as well as we make decisions on behalf of the community in a fashion befitting to the responsibility that we're charged with around accountability, safety and wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect. Item number 2, councillors' attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declaration of conflict of interest. We don't have any apologies, all are present, noting that the leaves of absence by Councillor Melissa Taylor has been recorded and no resolution is required. Councillor Cole, I understand that you may have a granting of leave of absence.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I request a leave of absence for the special meeting on the 7th of the 12th.
7th or the 6th? Just to confirm that date.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the 6th.
The 6th. Okay, no, that's okay. So granting a leave of absence, potential meeting on the 6th of December, Councillor Cole. Can I have someone to move that granting of leave? Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Councillors, we have no declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest. Sorry, Councillor Tim.
Chair, may I apply for a leave of absence while we're doing that?
Sure, we can do that right now. We'll just rewind the tape a fraction. Councillor Tim.
Actually, same special meeting as Councillor Cole. I need to apply for a leave of absence of the special meeting Wednesday, 6th of December. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Would have someone move the granting of leave of absence for Councillor Kerry, Councillor Bill. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Any more granting of leave of absence required? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, I think I've got one for next...
I think you're already recorded for the next one.
Yeah, for next
We did at the last meeting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. We do not have any declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest at this stage, but once again, as we mentioned, and we all do when chairing, if there is something that comes up that would trigger a prescribed conflict of interest, then certainly make that known. We do, however, have a number of declarations of declarable conflicts of interest, and I'll begin with Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have a declarable conflict of interest for the Infrastructure Committee meeting. Item number 5, investigation of changing the one-way traffic flow on Union Street between Annan Street and Ruthven Street. I believe my circumstances have not changed, and I'll leave the room while this item is discussed. And then item number 7, Toowoomba e-Devices project, benchmarking outcome and proposed next steps. I also asked that it be minuted that I have a declarable conflict of interest, but I believe that my circumstances haven't changed, and I would like to participate in the decision about the matter, including voting on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. I appreciate that. The next on my list is a declaration by myself, and that includes item number 7, of the Infrastructure Committee report, Toowoomba E-Device Project Benchmarking Outcomes and Proposed Next Steps. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to this item on the committee meeting 14th of November. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. And second declaration is for item number 8, Lindsay Street East Toowoomba Speed Limit Review and Road Safety Audit. And I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 8 at last week's committee meeting, and of the Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant details or relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. In relation to item number 7, again, Toowoomba E-Devices Project, I request that it be minuted that I have a declared declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 7 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting 15th November. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. This is one that I've raised previously at an information session. It's in regard to item 13.1, the Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade. I informed this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because 1, I am a member of the Range Tennis Club, though not an executive member, and 2, because my parents live in the same suburb as the Toowoomba Sports Ground east of Godfrey Street. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor, is there any questions in regard to Councillor Rebecca's declaration of a declarable conflict of interest? We have 3 options there for councillors. Option 1 is may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. 2, must leave the meeting, set aside, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter, subject to conditions. Are there any questions? Councillor James.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. So just in regard to, obviously you mentioned there around having family as residents, do you feel the fact that in the reasons for this motion, one of the things mentions exactly around consultation and transparency for residents, that that does or doesn't provide you with a conflict?
I don't, because if they chose to make any submission, they would be one of any number of people who live in that same suburb.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to potential, keeping in mind that we are here to help each other in this instance, in this case, and we should look at it and view it upon that way. And if there aren't any, Councillor Bill.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Rebecca, do you feel that that would in any way influence the way you consider this matter because your parents live relatively? Look, I'm just asking the question. I think, you know, there are potentially a lot of people in the same boat. But do you feel as though that would influence the way you consider this matter?
I actually haven't even discussed this matter with my parents, so I'm not sure what their position would be. But their residence in that suburb, I think fits within what we're told about. They don't have, it's not specified enough to impact my decision making.
Thanks.
Councillor Nancy and Councillor Kerry.
I think we have direct counsellors in closer proximity to things that we deal with than what we have here with a counsellor's family. But just in relation to your membership, you're not a member of the executive, you're just a member, and that's been ruled out as a problem in relation to being a member of something. Unless you're on an executive, then you might have a conflict of interest. So you really only put that in there because you want it noted that you are a member, but so that doesn't have any. So I'm happy to move that Councillor Rebecca should be able to stay in the room and vote, because I don't see that she's got any bigger conflict than anybody else.
Okay, I might just, we'll keep that as your move of the motion. We'll just go to Councillor Kerry. You had a question, Councillor?
Yeah, my question relates to the point just raised by Councillor Summerfield in relation to not having an interest greater than other councillors. I take it as a member of the tennis club, you're a participant in the sport of tennis at that club, which would probably differentiate you from most of the other members of the council. So I just, I ask you, do you consider that participation will affect your objectivity in dealing with this matter?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Shine. The first thing I'd say is that I wish I had more time to play tennis at the tennis club. I would have to think long and hard about the last time I did have the chance to play a game at the club, but I am a member. And in terms of the objectivity, I have more knowledge, I suppose, of the site because I am a member of the tennis club. I mean, you could look at it both ways. You could say, this isn't the motion that we're looking at today isn't about a particular position, but if you were to think about that, it could be argued that there's potential benefit or potential loss. We don't know any of those details at this stage, and the motion that is before us is not in regard to arguing a particular position. It is about my participation as a councillor and the roles of us as councillors in regard to this matter with the state government.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have a mover by Councillor Summerfield for Councillor Rebecca to, which would be option number 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Carl. We've got the reasons there. Wendy, do we have to put that in there? Oops, sorry. Including by voting on the matter. So you're after some reasons? May participate, because no interest. Oh, okay, greater than it. You're comfortable with that reasons? Councillor Edwini, you had a question, query?
Yeah, I'd just like to add something when this is finished.
Oh, we're about to vote on this particular matter, so if it's a question or query about this one, we need to do that now.
It relates to a conflict of interest for myself.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Carl, you're the seconder of the motion, so...
Yeah, with the mover's permission, I think given the opening paragraph of the item, the proposed motion, it is very much about the council as a whole and the position that we would appreciate to be involved in. It's not about, as Councillor Rebecca has clearly stated, it's not about making a decision here at this point. It's about asking the state for council to be their formal position to be considered, and we're not at that point yet. But we're saying, hey, we want it on the radar. We want to be able to be given that opportunity. So I don't think it's to the point where we're voting yes or no on the matter itself. We're actually saying we want to be included. So therefore, council's we want to get to the point where council is, their official position is heard by the state on this matter. So I don't know how you would.
So
word that.
Wendy's just put some wording up there, Councillor Bill, Councillor Nancy, just have a, got there. Proposed motion in relation to council's position and not making a decision at this point. Council's position, in relation to council's position. I don't think that's quite right. I think the motion is in regard to, is requesting council's participation,
in the process.
council's participation in the process,
Yeah.
not a decision on the project.
And therefore
That
I
makes
feel
it-
comfortable as the seconder to.
Just see if we can finalise this. Yeah, so, Councillor Bill, that's, motion is in relation to council participation in relation to consultation with the project. That's,
Yeah, I'm not sure that any reference to the actual motion should be in there because that has the potential to impact a decision down the track when that comes back to council for a decision. I think we need to be focused on the two things, and one is the membership, which the state government has now clarified quite clearly. You can be a member of an organisation and not have a conflict of interest, but if you're on the executive, you do. And then the other one is that her parents or relatives live in a nearby street and has no more impact than any other person in the community. I don't think we should be referencing the actual motion itself in there at all, because that has the potential then to be utilised at a future meeting.
Yeah, in hindsight, yes, I tend to agree.
Wendy's doing a pretty good job here just to adjust this. So, Councillor Nancy, you just have a quick look at that. I think that's
And the interests of her parents are no greater. Yes, thank you. I'm comfortable with that. I don't know
Comfortable with
about you,
that?
Councillor Bill.
Councillor Bill. Now, Councillor Carroll, you had your hand up.
Mr Mayor, I'm quite happy for that to be the way it was, but the project's not ours, the consultation is not ours, and you know, the state government will go ahead and do what they want to do. So at the end of the day, we won't be, I don't believe we'll be making any decision on whether what happens down there at all, because
We might be delving into
but
the
I
item
think,
here,
yeah, no,
Councillor Carroll.
so my comment now is superfluous. Thank you.
I don't think you need that bit at the end either, Wendy, to be honest.
No,
Councillor
sorry,
Nancy, you're...
Mr Mayor, my comment was valid, but not with the changes. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to move her, Councillor Nancy, second by Councillor Bill. Those in favour, or query? Query? Sure. Councillor Tim? Debate the motion? Sure, certainly can. So Councillor Nancy, you're the mover of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I don't believe Councillor Von Hoff has a conflict of interest. She's declared that she's a member of the tennis club, which, as in the rules and guidelines, which are set out before you right there, state that you can be a member of an organisation, but you can't be on the executive. And I can remember terminating my membership of the Toowoomba Turf Club after many, many, many years, because I was on this council and wanted to be able to stay in the room and do my job. And then they changed the rules after I had resigned from the Toowoomba Turf Club. And a historic membership, which I'm really disappointed I did, but I had to do it at that time. But you don't have to now. You can be a member of an organisation and still participate, but you can't be on the executive and participate. That's quite clear. And in relation to her parents who live nearby, we are dealing with other matters later on today where we have an actual councillor or two councillors who live very close proximity to those particular items that we're dealing with, and they are staying in the room. So I don't believe there is any conflict of interest here. We have to be consistent with our voting on these matters, and I don't believe there is a conflict. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Councillor Tim, against?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I
I did want to do this with the greatest respect to Councillor Von Hoff, and certainly has nothing to say about my relationship with her, but this isn't sitting well with my soul at the present. I just look at perception and public interest, and noting there's a whole paragraph, whole column in our books about public interest that says things like, will the decision have a big impact on the councillor? Does the councillor have knowledge? Could it negatively affect the community's trust in the decision of how this has played out? And I just don't feel comfortable in myself supporting that decision that she may participate, with all respect to Councillor Von Hoff for the uncomfortable position of bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Clarification? Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor McMahon. Councillor McMahon, can I ask where you're referring to?
I was reading then from the Queensland Government Guide to Managing Conflicts of Interest, Quick Reference Guide, page 2, column 2.
Whereabouts, though, sorry? I've got that page up and I can't see where you're referring
So
to.
the heading at the top, how to decide if participation is in the public interest. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dot points. Now, looking over Councillor Bill's shoulder, yours looks a little different to mine, but this one is the one I'm reading from.
So just as an aside there, Mayor, again, we have councillors with different inserts in our binders. Could we please have the council update our binders so that we're all consistent with the works that are before us that we refer to, please?
So, Chair, what I can see is that it says you do not need to manage a conflict of interest if it includes your interest is no greater than a significant proportion of other community members. Example, all people in a suburb, all people in a small town, all business owners, all dog owners. Councillor remuneration, expenses, superannuation or insurance. Adoption of budget, rates, charges, cost recovery fees, planning scheme or amendments for the whole of council area, your appointment as mayor, deputy mayor, councillor, committee member or council representative of a board or association, or as a candidate for mayor or councillor.
Thanks for the question. Now, we are in debate. Councillor McMahon has, as we all have, a right to raise a concern and is obviously taking this lens that would protect other councillors. I'm sure you're coming from the right place, Councillor McMahon, you've said that. And so that's Councillor McMahon's prerogative. And that's how we roll. The interpretation of that is up to each individual. Do I have a mover? Do I have a second? Do I have someone in favour of the motion that'd like to speak? Someone in favour of the motion? If not, Councillor Nancy, we'll go back to you to sum up.
Oh, Chair, I think it's all been said really, and particularly with the clarification that was just read out by Councillor Von Hoff from the sheets that we refer to, which vary, but the general content is much the same. So I think that we are well ensconced in a position where Councillor Von Hoff has no conflict of interest. And if Councillor Von Hoff does have a conflict of interest in this one, I'll put it forward now that I will be asking that we review the ones in Lindsay Street. Thank you, in relation to traffic, because we need to be consistent in this decision making.
Well, this is the decision we're dealing with now. So we've got a motion on the books, and the motion is that Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff may participate in the decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. Those in favour? One, two, three, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 4. Okay. And you didn't vote at all, because it's the subject matter about you. So that motion is carried, as it is, 5-4. Wendy, we need to record those votes, so do you want to just go through that again to make sure we get it? Those in favour? Councillor Carl, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Farquhar, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and myself, 2, 4, 5. Thank you. And those against would be Councillor Shine, Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Carol Taylor. Okay, thank you. We then move, I guess that shows the delicacies of what we're dealing with at local government, to be fair. I now have a declaration on the same matter, so we'll do the same again. I inform the meeting that I have a declaration conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because 1, I'm a part owner of property situated approximately 700 metres from the Toowoomba Sports Ground that will potentially be impacted by the upgrade, and number 2, the existing function room at the Toowoomba Sports Ground is named after my father. I did provide other information there. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors decide and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. The councillors, there are questions? Any questions in regard to my declaration? Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've done my responsibility and also given you the courtesy of raising this with you privately previously. It's been raised with me. The second point that you include in your reasons, and in addition, it's been raised with me not so much the proximity of your property in relation to the Toowoomba Sports Ground itself, but the residence in proximity to a piece of infrastructure that's part of the proposed redevelopment, which would be closer than that 700 metres, I suggest. So then it comes to this question of, do you believe that your proximity to an auxiliary part of that proposed upgrade still keeps this in the classification that you are you don't have anything more or less to gain or lose than members of the entire suburb?
No, it's a good question and a valid one. I guess because we're talking about a piece of public infrastructure, and what separates the street that is in question is also public infrastructure, and if you drew a radius around or that particular suburb, I'd suggest that it would fit the criteria of no greater gain or loss to any others in that area. So I'm comfortable about that, to be fair. That's me personally, but then it's up to the room whether they feel, and I'm certainly in your hands around, I've mentioned a few times now, around protection of each other. But I'm comfortable about the location and where we are. And of course, both areas we talk about have been there for over 130 years. So it's not as if this is just something that's cropped up. Councillor Shine, you had a question?
If
Councillor Jones.
I might, just a clarification request of Councillor Von Hoff. I'm unaware of the proximity, closeness to which you refer as a result of this, if this project goes ahead. You know what distance, extra distance, is involved between what's there now and what is proposed? I don't, that's all.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be mindful of how to do this without breaching potential confidentiality. Yeah, I'm just mindful of your position as well, Mayor, and not revealing where you live. So I would say maybe
Could I assist
Thank
by
you.
saying that the stadium is on a parcel of land that fronts Lindsay Street, and irrespective of what happens there, whether nothing happens or something happens, the reference may well be close proximity to the boundary of that parcel of land, is what the reference may be. Councillor James, and then Councillor Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My question probably in two parts. So relating to the second part of what you've declared there around the existing function room. One, do you feel as though that being named what it is and, you know, what that represents impacts your decision making? And two, outside of that, do you feel as though the name of that being there and yourself voting on this could perceive any conflict or, you know, in the general public? Because again, we know look at what are these declarable and conflicts of interest.
Yeah, no, great questions, Councillor James, and I appreciate those. Of course, the naming of any particular structure or building or room is quite often not the case that that person even knows that's happening, which I can guarantee was the case in this instance, and that was some 20 years ago, around about 20 years ago. So therefore, the name has been there for a long time, well before my time on council. I can't see that that would influence a decision on what's before us today as the proposed motion. I don't see that it would influence me in any way, and would hope that that would also be perceived by the community in that way. It's a piece of infrastructure. We had no say in what the name of that building would, or that room would be. It's been there for 20 years plus, and yeah, well, it certainly wouldn't influence my decision. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jeff. My question was along the same lines as Councillor James. For me, the question comes up, the check comes up about the possibility of being emotionally attached because of the heritage and the naming of the stand and you know, recent events. It's about the broader perception and, as you rightly said, protecting each other here. I just wonder whether you can effectively emotionally detach from the close association with family over many years. So that's the part that I would question. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Councillor Carroll. I guess I could also declare that I've played croquet, played bowls, played tennis, presented prizes at all three as well, and over that period of time as well. So the attachment perhaps to the oval may be perceived as more significant, but I would suggest to you that it should be no greater because a room is named after a family member, because ultimately the decision making in this case should be without bias. It should be for the betterment of all of the community, and that's what I'm elected to do, and that's what I would do. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think that you've just clarified it. It's just the function room that is named after your father. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the function room in the grandstand. Yeah. Councillors, any other? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is a difficult one for me to work through. I know how proud your family is of the fact that your father's name is on that function room, and the recent celebration of his life being held there at that venue. I think if it was me personally, and that's all I can go on, is I would struggle not to have a conflict of interest with an emotional attachment like that. Your family is very proud, and rightly proud, of the heritage that your father brought to the family through his sporting prowess, and has been ably recognised at the sports ground. And yeah, I think it'll be very difficult to not have some sort of emotional attachment to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nancy, and I appreciate you mentioning that. I guess I just reiterate my comments that I'm elected and serve the people and should do, and we all do, without bias. And that's a decision that I make, and whatever outcome is by that stadium would be made in the best interest of all of the community. But again, I'm certainly up to the room as to being reflective of the broader community, which is what we should be. I will certainly respect any decision that's made here as well. Are there any more questions regarding this? If not, is someone willing to put a motion forward, either a 1, 2 or a 3? Which are the options before us? Councillor Kerry-Shine?
Happy to move number 1.
Number 1 is may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. You'll have reasons that you'll need to consider. Do I have someone to second that motion? Seconded by Councillor Megan. So Councillor Kerry, just from a reasons perspective, just might deal with that so that those who are voting would know basically the reasons for it.
The reason in support of the motion is that you do not have any greater interest in the matter other than other members of the community.
Councillor Shine. Now, councillors, we need to go into debate. Oh, it's Councillor Megan, sorry. The second of reasons.
Thanks, Chair. For mine, and I'm in Kerry's the person who's moved it, but it goes back to that earlier discussion. That's why I was happy to second it, because we're not asking. We're asking the state for their position or for us to be consulted. So we're not making a decision either way, and that's why I don't think that you are conflicted. Would personally like somewhere in the reasons for that to be mentioned, like we did with the earlier one.
Yeah, we ended up, we actually removed that in the first one, I believe, Wendy, didn't we? Or did you keep it? No, that's what we ended up with, but there was some wording that Councillor Carl and we were floating around. You didn't keep that? Okay. Councillor Megan, did you want to consider what sort of wording you could put there?
I suppose, it's probably my remiss of me, but I'm not really sure. Councillor Summerfield made mention that putting that in the motion would somehow or other restrict something further down the track, but I'm not, I don't really can't say that I really understand that, but
Councillor James, you want to help out with some wording? No, right. Councillor Megan. We'll just
making reference to that the later motion. What we're referring to is not a decision making. It's calling for information.
Councillor James, you want to?
I think respectfully, Councillor O'Sullivan, and there was the same point that was raised with the previous one. The words that Councillor Shine has probably all it needs. Because the key thing with this is the proposed motion is not asking for consultation, it's asking to determine its position. And that was a key factor in where I sit in regards to conflicts with this. So I agree with the point that was made earlier. Anything we put in there about the motion is actually not relevant to the conflict either way as it stands, because as I said, the motion's not an opportunity to consult, it's an opportunity to determine, and that's a very different thing, in my opinion.
Okay, well, Councillor Megan, we've added, Wendy's added a bit more wording there, which is, we're grateful for, Wendy. The motion is requesting the State Government to be advised of its position in relation to this.
Happy with that, Chair, if the mover is Councillor Shine's happy.
Is requesting the State Government to advise. We'll just try and nail this. If it may get removed, but we'll just try and nail it before we go any further, and then we can wipe it out if need be. let's just read this out, councillors. The community and the motion is requesting, and the motion is requesting the state government to advise council of its position in relation to the state government project.
Well, that maybe I've misread Councillor Von Hoff's proposed motion, because that's how I understood it.
Okay, so are you comfortable then to go back to where we were before and just leave it as the first part, just a full stop after members of the community? Just leave that bit at the end, leave that off. Councillor Shine is the mover. Okay, we've got some questions now. Councillor Carroll?
Comment, Mr Mayor, not a question. We have not debated the motion yet. We don't know how it's going to look, if it's amended or anything else. So at the end of the day, the word determine is the reason that I have voted the way I have in the previous one, because it's not our project, it's not our grounds, and we really don't have any say over it. It's not our place to determine anything over the project. So at the point I'd like to make here is putting this down. This motion can be changed completely after debate or with an amendment or something else. So it probably shouldn't be captured in the conflict of interest.
Okay, so we'll just Control C that and delete it, Wendy. Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. I raise this with the greatest of sensitivity, and it is so difficult that we have to do this in this manner. But in relation to what Councillor Summerfield said, and in relation to Councillor Shine's position that there's no greater interest in the matter than other members of the community. And like I said, I really feel sick about having to ask this, Mayor. The recent passing of your father and the decision to hold the memorial at that at the Toowoomba Sports Ground, and I asked this question to determine the emotional attachment to the area. Was that decision because of family ties to the sports ground?
The pretty simple answer is no. The decision was made because of the availability of locations, particularly at St Luke's, and with the quantum of people anticipated, we would have had not only the actual church, but the other room, the hall to the side, and a marquee on site, which meant you'd have basically three separate venues in one, and one could say, well, you could have gone to the showgrounds with a close connection there as well in the past, but we determined that the ease of operation for people to get in and out and be part of something collectively was the Oval. Okay, we have Councillor Megan.
Look, it's highly unusual, Mayor. I don't know what to do here. I think I feel that I can't support the motion as it stands, so I'm going to second it and vote against it, so I'm not sure what I should be doing here.
But you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. Seconding a motion puts it on the table, and that's where it is. So we have a mover and a seconder. No other debate required. Is there any debate? Councillor Carl, is this a debate? Because I'll go to Councillor Shine first, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think for the orderly part of the meeting, it probably should be.
Okay. Councillor Shine, as the mover of the motion.
Yeah, from my perspective, the only real issue was the likelihood of proximity of residents to the subject land, and I didn't really consider the sentimental attachment as being a valid point. It didn't occur to me, and it still doesn't really. In relation to your ability to vote on the matter, in relation to the proximity, and we just recently, previous motion, we determined that a person who is a member of a tennis club who plays tennis doesn't have any greater interest in the matter than any other members of the community. Following that logic, I wouldn't have thought there would be much argument about supporting this motion in relation to the area which, the distance from which is involved where your residence is and the subject property.
Thanks, Councillor Hine. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, Chair, look, and with the greatest of respect, the reason why I raised the issue about emotional attachment and influence is that it's not about us around the room here, it's about how it's perceived, and that's an acid test on the guidelines about public perception. And for me, the reason why I have problems is that the decision-making process is a journey. Whilst this is about council being afforded the position to make a determination about, you know, do we support it, do we not, anything like that, it's about the decision-making journey. And because of what I perceive and what I believe others may do out there in the community, because of that, what I would say, emotional attachment, and it's a legacy, and it's a really good legacy. That perception might find you in an awkward position. So again, I say this is about, regardless of it being a state government project, it's about the opportunity to determine a position. So that means that council will have subsequent conversations around this table, of which you'll be a part of that process, and understanding this is how I feel your emotional attachment to this via the long and good standing legacy with family in relation to this site. I think that may very well influence the decision making process. So that's why I raise it. And I don't do that lightly, Chair.
No, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I acknowledge Councillor Shine's comments as well. Look, I think, and you know, irrespective of my view, that I believe I can be impartial. I can show no bias towards this, and I actually do. That is in my heart of hearts. Do that, as I've mentioned. I've had relationships, close relationships with all users of that site, and I hope that will continue. To be fair, whatever the outcome is for this stadium, there is a level of uneasiness in the room. I have to say I am completely comfortable with staying in the room and voting and discussing. Completely comfortable. We're elected to make decisions that are tough. We're elected to make decisions that we feel are in the best interest of the community, and I'm comfortable to do that. That said, the level of uneasiness to me is something that I need to also respect, and I respect the views that are divergent in the room. And therefore, when we come to the matter, which will be item 13.1, I will remove myself from the room. And Councillor Rebecca, as you have been number one you received, may participate and vote on the matter. You will assume the role as chair for that particular item. So Wendy, if you could make note of that, that is the case. And councillors, I hope those that have a similar view to me will understand the reasons in which I've done that. We need to work together to help each other out wherever we can. I respect the views of both sides here, but I think in the best interests of us working together to make sure that we look out for each other, I'll take that view and will remove myself from the room. Thank you, Wendy. So, councillors, believe it or not, it's now 10 o'clock. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry for not raising this earlier. Following the discussion we've just had, I would also like to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, 13.1, as defined in Section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. I have a sibling who has a investment property 800 metres from the site, and I have a parent who lives 1.9 kilometres from the location. I propose to stay in the meeting because I believe my interest and that of my family are no greater than anyone else in the community. However, I will accept the decision of the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. You've done very well to jump in there and acknowledge that. So do appreciate it very much indeed. No, thank you. And, you know, I was reflecting here about decisions that have been made in the past and wonder if those very important structures that are part of our DNA would have actually gone ahead in today's environment. And I'll leave that with you, councillors. Councillor McMahon.
I would just like to move Councillor Farquhar, if we're talking geography alone, has nothing more to gain than anyone else in the suburb or in the city, and that she can stay in the room. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Carol Taylor, you're seconding it. Okay, Councillor Carroll second. Any debate required, councillors? There's no debate. Well done, councillors. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Do we record that as well, Wendy? Division? Well, if that's the case, it's unanimous. No, Edwina didn't vote. Councillors, are there any other conflicts? Hang on, Councillor Edwina.
Yes,
You got a taste of it now.
I'm sorry, Chair, but going back to the Infrastructure Committee, item number 5, not item number 5, sorry, the Lindsay Street item.
Yes.
Again, that investment property of a sibling is within about 200 metres of Lindsay Street. I'm sorry, it didn't cross my mind until now.
Yeah, well, you've given the last determination by councillors, and given that you were able to stay in the room from the last one, the conflict of the previous one was declared as nothing.
Lindsay Street,
Oh, you weren't on Lindsay Street?
no.
Okay, right, I will deal this as the second one. Good on you.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Well done. So we go to item 8, okay? That's good, of the infrastructure. Could I have someone, Councillor Carl?
Look, I'm of the view that Councillor Edwina doesn't have a conflict because of the recent changes in the legislation around a suburb. It never used to be. It used to be the broader region, the majority of people in the region. They realised the stupidity of that piece of legislation and changed it back to a suburb. I think, given the nature of the proposed upgrades in future work that will inevitably happen here, there'll be many more people that then live in this suburb that will benefit in a number of ways around this. So for just physical location, I think the benchmark has been dramatically lowered. Since I've experienced the wrath of an antiquated system, it's been dramatically lowered, the bar, and I think that's the acid test. There'll be many more people. In fact, there'll be neighbouring suburbs that will benefit from the piece of work that will not just happen in its current form, but there'll be a progression of upgrades, and there has to be in this vicinity of the city and in and around that recreation.
Councillor Carl, I'm not going to get into a diatribe, but you're happy for Edwina to stay in the room, and the reason similar to those we've used in the past. Can I have someone to second that motion? Second by Councillor Shine. Ask a question.
Ask the question of...
So not seconding it?
No, not at this stage.
Okay, we've got to move it at this stage.
Of Councillor Edwina. The question is, would you be concerned in any way about the increase or diminution in the value of your siblings' property?
No, Councillor Shine.
Oh, let's show
That
some
sounds
love.
a bit harsh.
Show
but
some love.
it's her investment, not mine.
Good answer, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Nancy, you shot your hand up when I was asking for a seconder. You're happy to second that motion? And the reasons, therefore, are in front of us. no greater person in the community. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Edwina, do you have any other? No? Okay.
That's it, Chair. Thank you.
You're right. No, well, if something else crops up through the meeting, this is for all of us. If something else crops up, then definitely let's protect each other as we get through this. So thank you. Do appreciate it. Councillors, we move now to the next item of business, which is terrific. Item number 3. Item number 3 is the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 24th of October 2023. All were present. Can I have a mover for that motion, the 24th of October? The minutes, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. The next minutes is the special meeting to consider the award of the tender of the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, 24th of October 2023. All were present. Would have someone to move the motion of the minutes? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried. The third is a special meeting DA, 25th of October 2023. All present. Have someone to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Megan, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? That is carried. All present. All unanimous. Sorry, Wendy. Are we going okay? Very good. Councillors, item number 4 is business arising out of the minutes of the previous meetings. Is there any business arising? If there's no business arising, we move to item number 5, presentation of petitions. I have none that have been advised at this stage. Any petitions? If there's no petitions, then we move to item number 6, which is business of which the Mayor wishes to have considered this meeting without notice. In fact, councillors, you will have all received this, and we have certainly been in communication in regard to this item. It's in regard to Queensland Government consultation paper coexistence, institutions and CSG-induced subsidence management framework, and it follows, councillors, on a community engagement at Cecil Plains on the 7th of September and a subsequent deputation at the October ordinary meeting of council. And the motion is as follows, councillors. You should all have an electronic version of this, but Wendy has it up on the screen as well, and Wendy does, so well done. That council, 1, provide a submission in response to the Queensland Department of Resources consultation paper coexistence, institutions and CSG-induced subsidence management framework that states: A, council values our environments, our natural assets and our rich agricultural land. B, council expresses the following expectations in our region. I, that there will continue to be ongoing and meaningful engagement with landholders and consideration of their concerns. 2, that priority agricultural land is not negatively affected as a result of CSG extraction. 3, that research-based decisions are made in regard to the potential subsidence issues caused by CSG extraction. And 4, that concerns about the potential negative impacts on the Condamine alluvium will be considered and mitigated. Councillors, I provided some information and references in regard to that, and I acknowledge the assistance of the General Manager of Planning and also Michael from my office in regard to putting this motion together. Councillor, so I move that motion for us to have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Does anyone like a discussion, or Councillor Bill? Question?
Question, if I may, Chair. My question, I guess, is, do you think we've been focused enough and strong enough with the intent of this motion, considering the great deal of feedback we've had from the community about the impacts that are already happening to our residents, to their detriment, and the visible factual changes and impacts that have taken place? I'm just wondering if we've stated it very clearly, and also on the basis that very much a lot of this work has been done by the industry in examining the data and impacts, and I think there probably needs to be another third party approach to this. So that's why I'm asking, how are we clear enough?
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I believe now there's been quite a bit of work gone into this, and you'll see references and what have you. This is around the submission that closes on the 8th of December, and the submission is clear in its request for information. We've gone slightly outside of that based on community feedback, and particularly around the consultation that we held in Cecil Plains, and also then the deputation. So it includes a couple of additional things which we're placing on the table for the government to be very much aware of. So I believe at this point we've done, certainly through the motion, we have flagged a genuine intent to make sure that, and it also aligns with our corporate plan, to make sure that those items that we've put down as 1, 2, 3, 4 are well heard. So that's a submission that needs to go in.
Yeah, look, I guess I wonder, because these impacts are already being felt in many areas, and there's a factual track record of the impacts felt by CSG mining extraction. I'm wondering if we should not be looking at the inclusion of the word moratorium, given the meaning of a moratorium, to suspend for future consideration until there's a further investigation of, like I say, from other parties, and that can be collectively considered. And that's why I'm asking, should we in fact include a word such as a moratorium that encompasses, and the reasons for, encompasses all of these well worded reasons?
Councillor Carl, I'm happy for you if you wanted to flag an alternate motion if this first one goes down. But certainly that's the motion that we've been working on for a couple of weeks to get to this point, and I'm comfortable with it. Now we've got a seconder, Councillor Carroll, if you're still comfortable with that motion. So I'm happy to go into debate if debate is required, or happy just to go to the vote. Is there anyone wanting to debate the motion as it is? If you do, Councillor Carl. Well, I guess I've raised my reasons as the mover of the motion, and obviously the background is there for us as well. We provide this resolution submission, which has been called on by residents, to the Department of Resources, Queensland, consultation paper, and it is a consultation paper around CSG-induced subsidence management framework. Particularly, we've broadened that out based on information that we've received. The information that we have gathered is that they've been heard. In fact, the government has seen the deputation, and we're certainly understanding that we may well have a submission as part of that, and that's what we've done at this point. So we've pushed forward to bring that forward as a broader statement to flag the importance of those 4 areas for our region. So that's, I'm comfortable with where that sits at this stage. So Councillor Carl, happy for you to speak against it.
Yeah, look, what we're doing here is better than doing nothing, and this is really important. But it's also really important for us to consider the feedback that we've had from the community, and the community asking for us to place a moratorium over this until such times as there can be further investigation. And I read the meaning of moratorium is a temporary suspension of an activity or law until future consideration warrants lifting the suspension. So we're not saying, you know, that's it, go away. What we are saying is, based on the evidence, and that's why I'm raising this, based on the evidence to date, it is overwhelming that, and not unreasonable, and not beyond reasonable expectation of those in the community, for us as council to ask for a period of time to put the brakes on here and let's go back and look at this, which encompasses all of these. Otherwise, the process as we know it, under the current legislation and guidelines, will keep rolling ahead. And that's why I have some reserves about that. I don't want to not support this, but I would urge you colleagues to consider a position that we include moratorium as an inclusive of all of these points. I'm not quite sure how I would word that, but definitely would flag an amendment to this motion if I can. Can I actually do that on a Merrill minute, Chair?
Sorry, you could flag,
Yeah.
if this goes down,
Yes.
but you can't amend this motion.
Yeah, no, I'm just, yeah, that's right. I can actually flag an amended motion on a Merrill minute.
If this goes down.
Right.
Councillor Shine, did you have a question? Question, okay.
If
So
I
we've
could,
still got
if I could
someone
just, if you could just go up to number 2 there, Roman 2, yeah. That priority agricultural land, just wondering, do we know, has that been identified, what we're talking about there, priority agricultural land? Is it somebody with a map, or, you know, is it the whole of the Cecil Plains area, or what is it?
Yeah, great question, Councillor Shine. It is the state mapping for priority agricultural land. There is mapping for that. So it would refer to that mapping. That's what it refers to. Yeah. Speaker against? Oh, sorry. Question, Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. And if you'll indulge me, I'll go back to the good old days of my first term of council and my very first 3 months, in actual fact, of when it was raised about agricultural land and mining, and it was agreed that we should come up with a one-page statement on where this council stood with that. And I ended up writing it myself because it didn't happen, which I got away with because it went through all various departments and came back out with only 2 words changed, and we put it up on the website. So it'd be interesting to see what that statement says now by comparison to what we have before us today. But I just wonder, and I respect the work that's gone into this, a couple of weeks of work, and wondered whether the Gasfields Commission had been consulted at all in relation to this and what their thoughts were. I do feel it does need a bit more teeth in the game, to be honest. So I did wonder whether Gasfields Commission were consulted, given that they should have quite a bit of knowledge around all of this and some sort of idea of what would be effective, because I'd love to see it have a bit more teeth. Thanks.
Yeah, no problems, Councillor Nancy. As of yesterday afternoon, so Merrill Minute was distributed, and I actually spoke with the Gasfields Commission to give them the courtesy, the Chair John and Warwick, the CEO, and read the motion out, and they were very comfortable that would support the work that they're doing with the government as well in regard to this space. They were supremely confident about the wording. Speaker in favour of the motion, Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. I will speak for the motion. We're asked, there's a research paper, a consultation paper, and we're asked to provide a submission in this motion. And I think it's important and timely that we do so, to provide a submission as the council to say what our constituents are saying. The question, I suppose, on the table is, does this proposed submission go far enough in addressing the community's concerns? And I think on the balance it does. And I commend the authors for bringing this forward. Particularly point 2, that priority agricultural land is not negatively affected as a result of coal seam gas, is part of this submission. And I think that we need to remind ourselves that that's a pretty strong statement. I look at what we're doing around housing and priority agricultural land and planning schemes, and looking at all costs protecting our very valuable priority agricultural land in Toowoomba region, and I think that needs to apply equally to all. Doesn't matter if it's a house or a coal seam gas, we have priority agricultural land and we want to keep it that way. I also think that the best environmentalists are the families who have sat out on that patch of land for about 100 years, and they know that back to front, inside out, and are in tuned to the minute changes of their land, and that, as the first point said, ongoing and meaningful engagement with landowners who are, again, in my opinion, the best environmentalists equipped to talk about it, should be considered and concerned. Research-based decisions in subsidence is a great point, and the one about water, and we know that alluviums are far bigger than boulders and lines that we've made, and this is the Condamine alluvium, which is far bigger than that little plot there, and then, there's a lot more effects to it than just that. So the concerns about the negative impact on the Condamine alluvium will be considered and mitigated. So those 4 points, as well as the first one, that we value our environments, our natural assets, and our rich agricultural land, in my opinion, make for a perfect submission of what Council's beliefs are and goals are to this consultation paper about coexistence and CSG-induced subsidence. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Tim. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would hate to vote against this because I think it's in a step in the right direction, but I too believe that it's not going far enough. Our job as local government is to advocate for the best position for our residents, and this is I believe, a little bit too light, and it's not saying anything than what would be, in my opinion, for the Gas Commission, a business as usual. That's sort of what we would expect from them. So I think we do need to go a little bit further and take that stance that we sort of really believe that subsidence is an issue, and the strongest way that we could do that, I think, is to call for the moratorium as well.
Thanks, Councillor Megan. Speaker in favour of the motion, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm in agreement with most of what has been said around this table, but this is in response to a consultation paper. This is a little bit different to other areas where they've had moratoriums because the actual CSG mining hasn't actually begun. So I'm not sure that if we call for a moratorium, we would get any extra consideration or anything more would be done. I agree that the people out there are the custodians of the land and understand their area very, very well. If we look at the response to the consultation paper that's been put, and if everyone's got it in front of them, I think we've got it all covered very well, as Councillor Tim has said, and that research-based decisions are made in regards to the, perhaps we could take potential subsidence and just leave subsidence issues caused by CSG. That would perhaps make it a little bit stronger, and concerns about the impacts on the Condamine alluvium and therefore the actual floodplain land priority ag area. I think it's probably strong enough. I would suggest perhaps taking out potential subsidence issues, just the word potential, Mr. Mayor, if that would be suitable to you, because that I think would make it a lot stronger. But I think we've been asked to make a submission on behalf of our people out there and other people who are impacted by proposed CSG mining. And I think that we have stood up in that space, and I think that if this is taken into account, we will, I believe, we've covered all the concerns that the landowners have brought to us. And I don't know that by adding the word moratorium would make any difference to the response that we would get to our comment on the consultation paper. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. I'm quite comfortable if, as the mover, to remove potential on item number 3 and just say made in regard to the subsidence issues. You're comfortable with that? Councillor Kerry. Speaker, this is against?
Speaker against, yes. No, I support the remarks of Councillor Bill and Councillor Megan. And whilst the motions as set out are a step in the right direction, I think it's it behoves us to be crystal clear about what our situation is, and that we recognise, because of the proximity with our neighbouring council in regional council at Western Downs, what's happened there, that now is the time to act decisively and to make it very clear to the state government, as Scenic Rim did, our position in relation to the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Anyone speaking in favour of the motion? If not, I'll just wrap up by simply saying that sorry, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks very much for this, Mayor, and thank you for bringing forth the mayoral minute. I don't want this conversation and the vote here to become a vote on a moratorium. And I think that that's kind of where we've veered. This is a mayoral minute. Now, if it is the desire of this council to raise the issue of a moratorium in general business, then that can be done. What I see your mayoral minute as, having listened intently to what's been said here, this is a submission to the consultation period. And this responds to what you have heard from the community, and it does not rule out a moratorium if that is the desire of councillors. But what we are being asked to consider right now here is these 4 points about subsidence, protection of the alluvium, and maintaining our prime agricultural land, which is an incredible and very valuable and needs to be defended part of our region. So I hear what our council colleagues are saying about the moratorium, but that is not what we're being asked to vote on here in this mayoral minute. It is the ability of councillors to move that motion as general business, but right now this is a submission, and I therefore support your motion, Mayor.
Okay, well, we might just go directly to the vote. The motion is there before you. There is a slight change from the original motion. They'd be therefore removing the word potential from item number 3, which now reads that research-based decision-making in regard to the subsidence issues caused by CSG extraction. Councillors, those in favour of the mayoral minute? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 4. 7, 4, 3 against. Not 7, 4. 7, 4, 3 against. You got that, Wendy? Sorry. We don't need to record divisions or any of that sort of stuff. No.
Yeah.
Okay, councillors, thank you very much. We'll then move to item number 7. And sorry, Councillor Tim. Adjourn for 5 minutes. I'm happy for you to move that if you're. Well, how about we make it 8 minutes? Our deputation's waited long enough, so another 8 minutes I'm sure they'll enjoy. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried. 8 minutes. We'll be back at 7:36. Councillors, we'll resume our seats and be close to getting underway. I do appreciate your patience as we move forward towards the most exciting part of the meeting, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment, of which we have 2 today, and very grateful for that. The first item, 7.1, is from the General Manager of the Empire Theatres, Juliana Bennell, and welcome, Juliana, to you. And she'll be accompanied by the Chair of the Board of the Empire Theatre, Mr Andrew Violent, having recently, by way of a council decision, been reappointed for a further 2 terms as Chair. So congratulations to you, Andrew, and thank you for what you're doing. So I invite both of you to come forward. Andrew, I understand you'll be speaking first, and the speaking area is up here onto my right and your left. Juliana, unless Andrew's speaking for a long time, you might come up at the same time. And just on the device there, Andrew, just press the right button on the right. The light will turn red, which means it's right to go. And that's more for those watching online. That's it. So welcome, Andrew. Thank you. Your way you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And good morning, councillors. Thank you for allowing Juliana and I to present to you this morning. I'm simply going to introduce Juliana. Juliana's fully across her brief. Juliana joined the organisation in June, day 153 for those playing at home. And I would simply say that Juliana is a class act. And there is a pun intended in there, but she is doing an amazing job so far as our new General Manager, and I'll hand over to Juliana. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and welcome, Juliana.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you to the Mayor and councillors for allowing time today for Andrew and I to present to you. We'll just go to slide 2 if that's okay. I'm thrilled to be here leading the largest performing arts precinct in regional Australia, inspired by the beauty of Queensland's largest inland city. The role in which the Empire plays in Toowoomba and the region is incredibly important, and I'm excited to build on its reputation as a must-see destination for locals and visitors alike. I have a strong passion for delivering in thrilling and transformative artistic experiences to audiences from all walks of life, and I look forward to working alongside the community in doing so. Next slide, please. In the 2022-2023 financial year, we saw a significant increase in activity across the precinct, whereby the Empire delivered over 500 events and saw a ticketed attendance of 97,115. That resulted in just over $2 million worth of ticket sales at the box office. Of this, 12% of our audiences were new to the Empire, and overall, 99% of our patrons said that they would attend again based on their experience, and 96% of patrons rating their overall experience as good or excellent. Next slide, please. With thanks to Southern Queensland Country Tourism, we have been able to learn more about our audiences and the impact and the economic impact of their visitation to the region. Using data collected from mobile apps, we can report total visitation to the precinct in the 22-23 financial year as 126,979 people. That includes locals and visitors. Of this, 89% of those visitors are from within the state, 83% being within that 4350 postcode, 10% interstate, and 1% being international. While 45% are estimated as overnight visitors, they stay an average of 2.5 nights in the region, spending $575 per trip. 56 are estimated as day trippers, spending an average of $157 in the region. As a result, it is estimated that visitation to the Empire contributed $43.8 million to the region in the last financial year. In terms of our demographics, 77% of our audience are aged between the 25 to 54 year-old age bracket, with the average age of an Empire attendee being 44 years of age. Next slide, please. Using world-class behavioural profiling data, known as Helix personas, we can better understand who our patrons are and who our potential patrons may be. As reported by Southern Queensland Country Tourism, our top 3 Helix personas are home improvers, they hold traditional values and are more cautious, cultured Epicureans, financially stable and confident in managing their finances, and traditional values, they're house-proud and conservative-minded. Next slide, please. In addition to this, we achieved 2,500 media mentions in the last financial year, reaching a combined audience of 59 million readers. We can also report a combined social media following of 30,000 and 50,000 email subscribers who receive our fortnightly e-newsletter. Finally, we reported 700,000 website sessions, which equals an average of 2,200 people on our website every day. Following the new website launch on the 4th of May this year, we saw a 28% increase in website sessions and a 17% increase in page views. This has been due to the new and enhanced user experience, a smoother navigation, and increased page speed. Thank you. Next one. The Empire's vision is to nurture dynamic cultural growth and champion diverse and meaningful experiences for, with, and by the community. I look forward to working with many of the local creatives and finding many opportunities to work together strategically with the performing arts community in the region and beyond. Next slide, please. In March 2024, we will present Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella, the Tony Award-winning Broadway musical from the creators of The Sound of Music. Since 1999, the Empire has produced main stage musical productions, establishing a reputation as an industry leader and a prestigious option for local performers and backstage crew looking to further their exposure to a professional performance environment. Cinderella will provide opportunities for local actors, singers, musicians and dancers to work with a professional production team and extend their performance experience across the performing arts industry. Auditions are now open and we look forward to announcing the cast in December. Thank you very much. In August 2024, the Empire will celebrate the impact that the Armitage Centre has brought to the community over the past 10 years with a special event to mark the occasion. Since 2014, the Empire and the Armitage Centre's impact has been significant. We have presented 16 youth arts impact ensemble productions involving more than 185 young people. We've presented 6 Thrive on Arts festivals, 288 weeks worth of weekly youth arts workshops, and welcomed over 80,000 through the doors. We look forward to sharing with you all how we will celebrate and mark this special occasion soon. We cannot achieve our goals alone. Therefore, I would like to acknowledge the incredible support provided by Toowoomba Regional Council, as well as the support from our donors, our partners, supporters and volunteers who continue to support our premier performance venue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. Edwina is about to give a round of applause, and why not? And why not? Why not? Very, very well done indeed. Thank you. And you've allowed a couple of minutes for questions as well. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, Juliana, and welcome. And a bit nerve-wracking coming and doing your first presentation. What, as in your incoming role, what do you see? Where would you like to take the Empire, and where do you see sort of the greatest, not challenges, no, I'll say the greatest opportunities. How about that? Yeah.
Thank you. I see the greatest opportunities in bringing more touring performances through the venue and increasing the impact and the capacity on each of those venues within our precinct.
Thank you. That's encouraging. More touring people. Any other questions, councillors? There's no other questions. Juliana, thank you very much indeed. Very busy venue, $43.8 million last year, which is significant a significant amount of money into our economy, and certainly the jewel in the crown is shining brightly at the moment. So thank you very much to you, and Andrew, to you and your board. If you can pass on our thanks as well, and to the operational team, Juliana, thank you. Very much looking forward to Cinderella next year. Good on you. Thank you. Our next deputation this morning is from Jeremy Hall, the Project Director of Bigamble Native Title Aboriginal Corporation, around collaborating with Bigamble Native Title Aboriginal Corporation, economic development and prosperity for Bigamble Nation. We do have an apology from Justin Saunders, who'd be known to many of us as well, Executive Director, just couldn't manage to be here this morning. But Jeremy, we're very pleased that you're here with us, and invite you to come to the speaking podium. You've got a presentation. We'll just leave the lights. We'll leave the lights dimmed for that then. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor, and Mr. CEO and councillors. Thank you very much for having us here. Bit of background on the economic development and prosperity measures, and what we're really looking for today is just putting it out there to Toowoomba Regional Council about what Bigamble is about as a First Nations and traditional owners of the land, and economic development and prosperity measures. If you just click along. So as you're probably likely aware, this is Bigamble Nation as it sits. It's a 17,000 square kilometre determined area, and the red dotted area on the outside is a further determination under consideration. The green line there being, of course, Toowoomba Regional Council's area. Purpose switch, on to the next one, please. To illustrate, there's a lot going on country. First and foremost, I was personally brought along for this role a couple of years ago on the back of Inland Rail project. Now, with delays in that, Bigamble is looking for other opportunities for economic stimulus and to create jobs and training and employment pathways for Bigamble people and locals alike. So there's a lot of opportunity through industries that are also in and around Bigamble country. Next, please. Underpinning all this is Bingamble's strategic plan. It is available on the web. The web page is actually just under development, but the old one is still there. Bottom line is it's about developing opportunities, protecting native title and cultural heritage, economic development and prosperity driven, which is all on a basis of First Nations coming out of Canada. There's been a whole blueprint in that work for a long time. Working into opportunities and spaces through ILUAs that exist. Obviously there's one with 4 regional councils, which of course Toowoomba Regional Council being one. And looking at business development. And it can't all be done without partnerships and collaboration. So we're looking into all procurement pathways and possibilities, underpinned federally through Closing the Gap, state government through Indigenous procurement policies, and looking at other tiers, local government through infrastructure works. Next please, Wendy. So if you just want to click through those, it'll bring them all up. As I said, we started off with Inland Rail that brought my role to it. Bigamble's been working at this for decades and taken a long time around it because it's quite hard to navigate. Looking at all these different constructs. So one of the things we've done under Bigamble was develop a traffic management joint venture. That was on the back of Inland Rail projects and looking at early works. We undertook that with a partnership out of a company out of Brisbane, because like I'm saying, this is about the collaborations and partnerships to be able to develop opportunities. Because Bigamble didn't have a traffic company, we partner up with someone. And there's a lot of relevance to that with a lot of roadworks going on in and around country. And of course with the Inland Rail delay, we're looking at other opportunity. Click that one, thanks. So I had meant to actually stitch Justin up. It would have worked better if he was live here to see this, that there he is on country out there. This is out towards Pittsworth with the Inland Rail works. And unfortunately that joke may have fallen a bit flat because he's not here. Next one, please. So what we're looking at is a series of businesses and operations. I've highlighted the ones we're certainly first and foremost with land management and traffic management at the moment. The land management includes traditional ecological knowledge, which underpins part of the philosophy for Bigamble business as an enterprise. And this includes the First Nations firefighters, which I'll come to in a moment, and partnerships with capability partners for civil contractors and the like. Now these are all based on, like I say, land and land management and traditional ecological knowledge that are transferable to the ag sector, which is obviously important for the region. Next one, please. So part of our planning collaborations, we've partnered up with Shaping Australia Group, very innovative company. They're also partly traditional owner owned through Adam Morris, the director and owner, co-owner. Now I've got on there the drone. Part of the exciting stuff we're partnering with these guys is they've got using AI technology for maintenance and asset review. You could have a car doing what teams of people do in days and weeks within hours. The AI that's programmed into this is all about surveying bridges and structures and roads, signage. It's also moving into fauna and the like with pest management. So some really exciting opportunities that Bigambul is partnering up with on that on country. Next, thank you. So I really want to indulge on this one with the First Nations firefighters. This initiative undertaken solely by Bigambul, purchased fire trucks, taken 8 guys and ladies through training, and just recently completed a project for main roads down on the Gold Coast. It was a very tricky site. If you could just click over to the next one. This is only a small section. It was about 90 hectares right next to a koala habitat conservation area. And just to the south of there, which you wouldn't see, about 800 metres away is the Pimpamar suburb, so a very fast-growing region of SEQ. And went off without a hitch. That was because we had a great partnership with Shaping Australia Group. The guys are really well trained. And as one of the guys said to me, doing exactly what they've been doing for thousands of years, managing the land through fire management regimes. And no koalas were harmed, no wildlife issues. I must point out, though, anecdotally, there was a lot of eagles in the sky looking for the mice. So it was quite something incredible to see, but it was a really well run operation. Next slide, please. So this is what a business plan looks like for Bigambul and the Shaping Australia Group. And I'm going to circle back to regional councils, of course, for being here. Initially, as I say, the Inland Rail project, looking at working with head contractors, we've done some of that. That's on hold at the moment. But we want to really look into some of the other opportunities that are present with local government and projects that yourselves run, whether it's through state as well. We have one I will introduce you to very shortly with the non-resident accommodation project out at Millmerran. That was a site that was potentially to be a workforce accommodation camp under Inland Rail. Unfortunately, no, that's not going to be in the next EIS, but Bigambul's still looking at opportunity for that land. And as you see on the list there, we've got our traffic management, renewables and construction. So renewables is obviously quite emerging for Bigambul to be involved in. We presented to a First Nations Chamber of Commerce and Industry up at Gladstone recently with Net Zero 2050 being the fore. We obviously had players such as Santos and BHP, all aware of what we need to do to decarbonise. It's a lot of work. There's going to be a lot of work coming on country and what farming and ag sector can also do as well as traditional owners. Next one, please. So I put this in context, and if you just click on the next, because it was a funky graphic, showing where Bigambul country is on some of your capital works you've got going with roadworks. That's simply off the website, of course. So within there, there'll be cultural heritage clearances and your own consultative committee to engage with Bigambul around those works. And we'd like to see we do have a point of difference with a traffic control company that could be operating on country. Next one, thanks. So this is a snapshot of the opportunities we're working on, as I say, First Nations firefighters, where that works in with land management, clearing, and the Millmerran project. And we also, with our capability partners, can find efficiencies in your waste management and the like through some of the screening equipment our contractors have. And we'd really like to talk to some of your sectors in there in council for that. Next, please. So the Millmerran Turallan site on Turallan Road, I'm not sure if anyone knows of the site itself, but it's around 57 hectares. A lot of accommodation shortages in the region for short stay and obviously long term as well. But we're looking at something that does align with your planning scheme and have engaged a planning consultant to talk to you, which will be some of our next steps. And we can use it for training, cultural events and the like, and it's got a great training opportunity for the construction phase for Bigambul people. Next one, thanks. And so here's the site itself off Turallan Road, coming off the highway, and you'll see there on the grey line we've got Sandy Creek, the purpose of which I've highlighted because we'll obviously need to be putting biocycles or similar type of septic systems on there. We'll do our land management and restoration works to the creek line. Next, please. And it started off as aspirational in terms of an eco-cultural tourism as a legacy item out of Inland Rail. That vision hasn't shifted for Bigambul, irrespective of the EIS status and the like, the rest of. So this area is a precinct, as it were. The grey lines you'll see, I'm sorry, I don't have a pointer, near the wetland. Should have got crazy with one of these pointers earlier, I guess. But you can see it, that's fine. And we're looking at putting a production nursery on there as well in the southern section, which aligns with some of your production horticulture thank you. Now it'll be dangerous. If you could just go on to the next one. It's underpinned by a cultural centre and building. This would have been a safekeeping for artefacts and so on, and events to be held out on country. Next slide, please. So what it is now, and this is where you can see the shift in budget. This is conceptually, if you could go to the next, that's the current conditions. We're looking at having an overflow camping area, reconstruction of some ex-mining dongers for short-term accommodation for particularly, say, when you've got Millmerran power plant shut down and a lack of accommodation in the area. So that'll also tie in cultural events for Biggambull. Next one, please. And you'll be familiar with your flood overlay. So we've got some issues to work through with your, or challenges to work through with your flood strategies people and hydraulics. So we'll obviously want to come back and have conversations around that. Next, please. And yeah, so moving on from Millmerran, we're looking further afield with obviously with wind farms and solar farms and the decarbonisation, which I've been speaking to. So a lot of contracting opportunities within that, which is why Biggambull's strategic plan and economic development plan aligns with collaborating with service providers and becoming one ourselves, which we are in part already. So on to the final slide, thank you. So where we see our next steps with there'll be ILUA implementation and developing procurement pathways with Toowoomba Regional Council, looking at a pre-lodgement regarding Millmerran property, and looking at other partnership and options that Biggambull could bring to the table. And look, business services to match Toowoomba Regional Council needs, and I'd really like to talk to your waste strategy people around some of the efficiencies we can bring in with that with our capability partners. And of course, underpinning all of it for Biggambull is cultural heritage management. They have a very good toolkit to provide to that, and we look forward to engaging on that through the ILUA Consultative Committee and your works program. And that is that.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Very good presentation. I've got a couple of questions. Councillor Carroll?
Not a question, Mr.
Comment? Yep.
Mr. Mayor, really. I have had the privilege of growing up in Dirranbandi and living most of my life in Gundawindi, and knew wonderful Biggambull elders, and was actually the CEO and I were present when the land rights determination was handed down in Millmerran. And I went out to Traralgon and saw some wonderful people, and unfortunately Uncle Henry Noble had passed on by then, but I congratulate you on your strategies. Justin had brought us the previous strategy here, but of course this has been updated, so I think it's a really good plan, and you will work through with our people, I guess, to progress the things that pertain to our council area. But it's really good to see the plan. I just also wanted to mention when the Mayor and I went out to the fires the other day, the fire had been everywhere, but the Biggambull sign on the Gore Highway was standing untouched. So that was really good. So thank you very much for bringing that here. And I guess, you know, these things will happen over the years, but it's wonderful to see that the plan has been expanded, and you know, you're providing or trying to provide jobs and a future for your young people. So
Absolutely.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Nancy, then Councillor Edwina, and Councillor Tim.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Always interesting. So just in relation to the Millmerran development, I saw there was quite a bit of water in the... So where do you see that water being sourced from?
Well, see, that was the concept, in that it would be a constructed wetland. There is a couple of bores there on site. There was a lot of, as I say, concept. There's a lot of work to go through to see what scale that could be. And we even said to the landscape architects at the time, it's like, well, it's pretty large. I mean, how do you intend to? It's just a concept. We could reduce it down. But you need the right size to have it was there for an attraction for the accommodation part in terms of the higher end tourism aspect that this was looking at. For the eco-cultural tourism. So that was, as a concept, something to work through and see how it can be achieved, fed through the creek and or would be multi-system through the bores and runoff.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it looks exciting, so good luck with that.
Yeah.
So with the waste, you mentioned waste a couple of times. I'd be interested to hear more on what angle you're coming from with the waste.
Yeah, sure. So with the machinery that our partners Shaping Australia Group have, they use the more refined screening techniques to soil recycle. So you're taking up more solids and so on before you're capping different layers when you're going through your processes of landfill. so you can get more efficiencies out of the system that way. The dollar and percentage amounts I'd have to go through in finer detail, but that's generally the concept of it, yes.
Thanks. Councillor Edwina?
Thank you, Chair. That was really interesting, and this is the first I've come across your group, so thank you for presenting, being the new kid on the block. Councillor Megan and I were actually in Millmerran just on Friday, meeting with different groups, and I see you're looking at short-term accommodation. Approximately how many people do you think you'd be able to house in your camp?
16 beds.
16.
So, yeah. 16, or could be double ups in some, but generally around 16 to 20, yeah.
Yeah, cool. I just note that there is a solar project run by GenX and a wind farm project that looks like it'd be with Vesta at Captain's Mountain, and they're also looking at accommodation options for those. They're struggling, obviously, as you said, there's a really shortage of accommodation in town, so it might be worth talking to them as well.
We're certainly in dialogue with Vestas, absolutely.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Aruna. Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciated your talk and the very large and busy area that is Biggenbull Country. My first question is, I am a council-appointed director on the Darling Downs Mountain Rabbit Board, which runs straight through now Biggenbull Country. I don't think it's a conflict of interest, Chair. I'm raising it more for if you've had partnerships, talks with them about the work you're doing. You mentioned pest management, and if not, perhaps we can make those connections.
That sounds fantastic. Not as yet, that would be brilliant.
Good, let's work on that. Other question, I was intrigued at the very start. There was a map, and you said your area is growing, and I thought Millmerran personally was already in, but you're saying it's going to be, and that you're...
Yeah, it's not under the current determination area. It is owned in trust to Biggenbull Native Title Aboriginal Corporation, and that's part of the expansion of it. I mean, obviously we're looking at different constructs of borders. Traditional owners will always state as they know.
Well, that was what I was going to ask. To the south is a state border, and Indigenous borders don't really go in line with them. So, first question: is there any word to move south along state borders there as well? And as well, can you just outline, for interest, the process and reasons for the increase? I just find
that's not my place to speak to. I've got to say that is through the board of BINTAC, and we can take that on notice, absolutely.
Thanks,
but it's not something to be divulging in this arena. So.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Tim. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, Jeremy, mate, under other opportunities, given the vastness of the area of the Biggenbull Nation, has there been any consideration around growing bush tucker commercially?
Yes.
Because there's a larger than you realise market where it's going because of its medicinal benefits. Going into naturopathy and other areas. Is there? Have you been looking at opportunities to partner with other landowners and also entities that may be interested in that?
That is on the horizon of strategic planning. The only reason I haven't raised that onto there because it's in other forums we discussed that. So short answer, yes, it is under consideration, and in terms of engaging directly with landowners, not as yet, and other industry partners, because you're going to need to choose which part of the market you're going with through, whether it's niche or broader scale, but that is certainly something under consideration. That's why when I pointed out the production horticultural nursery section under the concept plan, that's about starting that. In fact, talk about from little things, big things grow. We're starting a offsets program of research on site with a very small, and I mean like 3x3, shade house doing offsets research with University of Sunshine Coast as part of Inland Rail's project. So that's the embryo of the idea of food or bush tucker and bush medicines as well.
Well, the reason why I raise it is because of proximity to commercial freeze dryers down the southern end of the state here, as opposed to other parts of the state and other states that actually have to ship their stuff to this end of the state. for it to be processed and in the nutritional content that is preserved because of that process. But yeah, anyway, look, I pardon the pun, I think there's some low-hanging fruit, in my personal opinion, around how you might be able to explore opportunities with other partners. It'd be great to see that as an industry sector, and a meaningful one. I mean, look, if they can do it at Darwin, we can do it here. That's much more remote.
A fantastic opportunity with the transport network, obviously the highway to Wellcamp to rail and so on. So,
But
yeah,
also there's opportunity, you know, and it's the supply chain stuff that it could be coupled with along more conventional food production and how you preserve that. And this could be coupled onto that process, so therefore partnerships might be able to evolve, and there'll be a capacity creates capacity for a bush tucker enterprise or enterprises, and yeah, it's just another string in the bow.
I couldn't agree more, and it is in the planning, yes, certainly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on when we went to the land rights determination, the next area was flagged then, and it's from the memories and the elders that was flagged. So it's no one else just goes and draws a line there just for Councillor Timms. But I just wanted to take up Councillor Bill's suggestion. It's an excellent one. And there's a successful chef and restaurant up on the Sunshine Coast, Dale Chapman, who is the Indigenous restaurant. It's called the Dilly Bag. And I held Dale when she was a baby, so she's been on the ABC and other places, and so there's a reference point, and Auntie Cheryl knows all about her, and we're going up there fairly soon. So you've got a reference point there for where the end product goes, but how you get there I don't know, but it's very popular, and you have to actually, it's up, I'm not sure where it is, I haven't been yet, but we're going. And she's very successful, a very successful chef. Started off as a chef and then has graduated into Indigenous produce and flavours and stuff. It's called the Dilly Bag. So it's very successful, and she's a Bigamo woman. So, there's a lot of scope there.
Certainly is, thank you.
And I think actually, somewhere in Toowoomba here someone in the city would be very much appreciated.
There's a lot of opportunity with regional growth and that visitation as well, which is part of those planks we were talking about.
Thank you. Some good suggestions there as well. So maybe an opportunity to connect with those councillors as well, individually, Jeremy. But on behalf of all councillors, thank you very much for coming in and presenting. Please pass our regards on to Justin as well. He's not a stranger to this room as well, so we do appreciate it. And very ambitious goals that you have there, but obviously making sure that you connect into council through the procurement process of local buy and all those things which you'd be made aware of, I'm sure.
Yeah, we are registered on local buy. We're certainly wanting to, and this was the purpose today, just really flag that Bigamo's open for business and seeking collaboration.
Good on you. Thank you. Well, thanks. Let's get a round of applause for Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Really do appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Councillors, we move then to item number 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. The first of which, 8.1, is the Planning and Development Committee, and there were 2 items in that, which was the Development Statistics Report and new temporary local planning instrument, items 3 and 4. Would anyone like to pull anything out of that meeting? Councillor Megan? No? Okay. Well, let's go to the motion then, that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 14 November 23 be received and therefore be adopted. Moved by Councillor Megan, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Item number 8.2, councillors, noting that there are 4 items in which to receive, Darling Downs Regional Waste, and then there's 3 confidential items, one of which is also, item number 7, is also an item on its own today, 18.1. Therefore, the motion that we're receiving today is the committee report, which was to defer that until today, which is what this is. Would anyone like to pull any items out? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you. 8.2.3, if we could get those up on the screen, would be great, thanks. 8.2.3 is the waste plan.
Sorry. item number 3 we'll remove out. Anyone else like to remove anything else out of those items 5, 6 or 7?
8.2.6, what's that? Oh, there we are, we've got it up.
So
Yeah, I do have a question for 8.2.6 as well, thanks.
8.2.6.
And a heads up, apologies, I wasn't here last week for the discussion, so you'll probably yawn when I ask the questions, which you've possibly all asked previously. Thanks.
No, that's okay. Well, that being in confidential, we'll do that in this section to go into confidential if that is required, depending on the questions, and I'll let you determine whether they would be need to be in confidential. So therefore, items 3 and 6 have been removed. So the motion would be that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 14 November be received, with the exception of items 3 and 6, and the recommendations therefore be adopted. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. We'll move to item 3 then, Councillor Summerfield, which is the Darling Downs Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan, and I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Excuse me, I was quite involved in this report and am very supportive of it. I just wanted to point out one thing, and that's in relation to the FOGO. We currently have a landfill gas system in place, which is really successful, and we also, you'll recall, we also sent a resolution to LGAQ in relation to lobbying the state government to have that waste levy waived on our FOGO going into landfill. It's so important to get FOGO into landfill because it actually continues to grow and feed the landfill gas for future. You know, we have to be looking long-term here for this gas and not just say, okay, well, we'll use up what's in the landfill and then it'll all be done and dusted. There's great potential without any increase in infrastructure to continue to utilise that landfill gas, provided we look after it in the landfill and feed it and pat it until it's doing a good job. It doesn't require sunshine and it doesn't require wind. It just automatically grows that based on what is in the landfill. And so I would also like to acknowledge that staff at the time of developing up our curbside tender did a lot of work in relation to ensuring the opportunity to have a FOGO bin there as a potential for the future. It's important that we understand, and the question was raised at last week's meeting, that what about the infrastructure costs for FOGO? Has that been included? And the answer was no. So we need to understand that there is infrastructure required. So it's not just that we get this bin at everybody's place and then it's taken away. It's actually taken away somewhere and it's dealt with to create energy. But it's new infrastructure. And given that our council, you know, we have a lot of pressures on us on the budget at the moment, and certainly for the foreseeable future, why would we build more infrastructure to manage waste to energy when we can already do it so superbly at our landfill? So I just wanted to make that comment. It's not going to change what we have up here, but I think it's really important for councillors around the table to have that knowledge moving forward, because I mightn't be here when you actually get around to making decisions around that. And I just wanted to share that with you about the importance of acknowledging that if we go FOGO, curbside, you will also need to build more infrastructure when you can just take it to our landfill and continue to grow our gas. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. So are you comfortable to move that recommendation? So moved by Councillor Nedge. Do I have a second? Second by Councillor Rebecca. We'll just go to questions now in between before we go to vote. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just would like Jake to comment on Councillor Summerfield's comment, because I did ask the question afterwards of Natalie and said, if you remove all of that organic material, does it still work to capacity, or how does it work? And she said, no, there's enough, whatever it's called, you know, not anaerobic or whatever it is, activity to still produce the gas.
So thank you, Councillor, for your questions. In relation to Councillor Summerfield's comments, she is very correct in that if we do divert FOGO away from current landfill, that our ability to sustain gas longer term will be limited. At this stage, the landfill gas project was built on a business case of having about 20 odd years of gas available in the current cells. But as Councillor Somerville has rightly said, if we were to remove that organics and put it somewhere else, that there may be some infrastructure charges, just as much as there may be infrastructure charges on the other side of the ledger of building a larger landfill or more cells to in fact contain that additional waste. So in waste services, it's all about airspace, it's all about air volumes or volumes of material that can be stored, and there's yet to be a business case to consider whether there's alternate treatments for FOGO, as Councillor Summerfield has alluded to, around specific anaerobic digestion waste to energy projects that do require or look for food and organic waste to generate that gas, or whether it's more cost effective for council to continue to deposit that waste in our existing landfills and then build gas infrastructure, pipelines, receival facilities to then extend the life of the current landfill gas project that sits at Watala.
Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder. Any need to go into debate? If not, let's put the motion. The motion before us, I should read that, apologies. The council resolved to A, note the Darling Downs Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan as detailed in confidential attachment 1, and B, note the technical report for the Darling Downs and South West Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plans as detailed in confidential attachment 2, and 2, the council note future reports may be presented for consideration of funding and governance arrangements. Moved by Councillor Nancy, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. Jake, you might stay there actually. So, councillors, the next item is item number 6, Councillor Summerfield, which is in confidential. Are there questions that you'd like to be asked that are in those confidential, or are you simply wanting to vote a particular way?
I don't think we need to go into confidential. My question is around the 10 contingencies the council had in our resolution back on the 16th of November last year. How many of those are still outstanding, and are they achievable? It's my first question.
So this is the tender contingency, which was actually the motion, which is a public motion. So
Yes.
therefore,
Yeah.
I personally see no reason why it would need to be in confidential. We'll see if Wendy might be able to just put that up on the screen, if that's okay, Councillor Summerfield. It might take a bit of time to just locate those. So
No, it's the
there was a whole list. There's about
there's
12
10.
or 13 different
10.
things, 10 things. Would you have a page number, Councillor Summerfield, in your, because
now
it
you're
is in the
pushing me.
report.
Hang on.
It's definitely in the report. I might be able to find it here.
You're right.
Wendy's got traction of it here now, councillors. So it's Roman numeral 10 actually. That's the one. So Jake, can you see that? That's coming up on the screen there. Are you in a position to answer that now, or would you prefer to
If I may,
take it on
through
notice?
you, Mr. Chair, I probably would request the council just, for my benefit, rephrase the question or repeat the question as far as what she's
no worries.
requiring.
No
Apologies for
worries, Jake. So I'm just wondering, of those 10 contingencies, there they are, how many of those are still outstanding? Because remember, those contingencies, we approved it based on those 10 contingencies. How many of those are still outstanding, and are they achievable?
So if I move through quickly, councillors, item 1 has been resolved. So augmentation relocation of the Waveno pump station is concluded with a grant agreement, subject to council giving 12 months notification to the state prior to commence of those works. Item number 2 is coming to a conclusion with hopefully next month in relation to the final costings of upsizing of that pipeline. Greenmount Water Treatment Plant, item 3 is in progress and part of a grant agreement. Item number 4 will remain outstanding until final operational agreements are signed and executed, subject to, again, Council's endorsement of those agreements. Item number 5 and 6 are still ongoing and being monitored, continuing through the project. Commercially acceptable funding arrangements in item 7, again, will only be finalised once the final contracts are drafted and agreed to by council. Item number 8 is again in progress and be subject to those final operational arrangements, but gives the officers clear direction as to what council's requirements are in relation to water loss risk, and is being managed. At this stage, there's limited indication that won't be available to occur. Item number 9, the pipeline alignment, is dealing with respect to this motion, but does draw on the requirement for interface deeds, which a working group has been established with Mike, General Manager from Infrastructure Services Group, and his team to develop those interface agreements, and that 3 months prior to construction is indicated to. It'll actually have to occur a little bit sooner than that. By mid next year, we anticipate that those interface agreements will be in place, and that the state will continue to remain responsible and is working to remain responsible for the regulatory aspects of the project as item 10. So a few of those are in progress, a couple of those have been concluded, but the bulk of the work does rely around commercially acceptable agreements, which will come past this chamber for review and endorsement by council, which are still work in progress.
Thank you for that update. I really appreciate it. So 5, 6, 7 and 8 particularly are very important for this council, and they're the ones that aren't agreed upon. And yet we have a pipeline that is, you know, if you read the paper or watch mainstream media, it's all happening. And so we have at least four, and I'd say even number 10, so 5, key items on our contingency list that haven't been met yet, which concerns me greatly, because if we go ahead with this now, there'll be no leverage for us to say we need these dealt with, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 10 dealt with, so that we can actually move forward. It really concerns me that we're out of step with the state government. We have these contingencies on our books that councillors have voted that they must be agreed to before we go ahead with that pipeline. But we have the state government motoring ahead to build this pipeline without those contingencies met. I'm not sure what we do here, to be honest. But I'm not comfortable with the way this pipeline is being progressed ahead, steamrolled if you like, when we have those really important contingencies, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 10, not met yet. And I'd really appreciate, Jake, if you could help me out with understanding how long before they will be met, and can the pipeline go ahead without our contingencies being met, given that that is a resolution of council?
So in response to your first question, Councillor, through the chair, there are a number of working groups of which Toowoomba Regional Council and Southern Downs Regional Council and SEQ Water are working collaboratively in order to resolve these issues with some degree of certainty. So, as I said, they'll be finalised through the agreements that eventuate out of those conversations. So there's an operations working group which is well supported, looking at how this pipeline will operate, which will deal with item number 5 to ensure that our water security is not impacted. We have provided strong and continue to provide council's position into those discussions around the sourcing of water and availability of water to Southern Downs Regional Council, as and when we have capacity within our network to provide that. So those conversations will continue to be ongoing, but as far as SEQ Water and the state is concerned, this is a $300 million project that will require substantial amounts of effort and work within the industry. So they will need in order to meet the deadline that the Premier has and the Minister has stated around the early 2027 for this project to be completed, construction to be completed, that some of those works will need to occur. So the project will need to engage, as it should, with industry to ensure that there is sufficient enough capacity and capability within the market. They'll need to get a design as they have, or progress a design as they are doing, in order to get that tested to take to tender, just as we do with any of our other major projects. So I can understand your concerns, but the project team is working as hard and as fast as we can with SEQ Water to make sure these conditions are met, and the state and SEQ Water are well and truly aware that of this council's conditional support of this project. But they are making decisions in relation to their project based on these clear directions.
Thanks, Jake. Mayor, I'm just wondering whether we could possibly get a report on an update on all of those contingencies to all councillors. Can just be an email, doesn't have to come through as a formal thing, but given previous rules that have been used, I believe I need to get a motion to request that. Is that right?
You may be able to, I just don't have the motion that's on the books for this one, but you may be able to perhaps add, because it's referenced within that, just add that councillors be provided an update on those items at a future ordinary meeting of council.
Okay.
Would be best, I believe.
Yep.
So we'll get that motion up there, and you might see that through. Is that the motion there, Wendy? That's it. You're just putting some wording together. So nothing says in there. So we could add number 5 on there.
Yeah.
Council receive at a subsequent or next. Or how long? I guess there'll be updates, regular updates, Jake, on this, wouldn't there? Really?
Through Mr. Mayor, it is our intention at this stage, as I alluded to earlier, to have a report to ordinary meeting of council in December in relation to a finalisation or an indication of the final cost for upsizing those initial 21 kilometres. It is intended that, subject to SEQ Water providing us sufficient time and information, to have that report to council either in December or, in fact, January if necessary.
So maybe as part of that, that report, so we could include that whatever meeting that would be called, that would be the December ordinary meeting of council, not a committee meeting.
December, yeah. I think it's important it's December because of the urgency around, there's a lot of focus on the state government, what they need to build the pipeline, but I think we also need to focus on our council's requirements as well.
An update on council's conditional resolution with the date of that resolution perhaps on there.
16th of November 22.
16th of November 22.
Thanks for that.
Does that read fine? Councillor Edwina?
Just noting that point 3 and 4 are the same.
No, so point 3 is negotiate. If you look at that, it says to negotiate, and point 4 is execute. Yeah, only one word though. Good pick up. And so number 5 is therefore just added. And so, Councillor Summerfield, with that added, are you comfortable to move that recommendation? Well, that's actually not the record; it's the motion. Have to move that motion. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. Thanks very much. Councillors, we then move to the Infrastructure Committee, 8.3, of which there are 6 items. There's some declarations here as well. So, Councillor Edwina, you've got a declaration for number 8 as well. But you'll be staying for 7 and 8, but for item 5, you'll leave. So item 5 will definitely be done separately. Okay.
Item 7.
Item 7
please.
You'd like removed, councillors? Okay, so item 5 and item 7 we'll do separately. Any others that require removal? Noting that we have conflicts declared by myself and councillor Shine in regard to items 7 and 8. 7 and 8 for myself and item 7 for councillor Shine. You can stay in the room. So therefore, any other, and you're number 7 as well? Yes, you are. But you can stay in the room for 7 and 8, so that's fine. But you'll be removed for 5. So we'll now go to the initial motion, or the first motion.
Sorry, councillor Jeff. So item number 8 at this point staying in, isn't it?
That's right.
So given the discussions around the conflicts of interest earlier on, and people were talking about location, I do wonder whether, you know, the Lindsay Street one isn't something that should be reconsidered if we're being consistent. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, I think we worked through this last week in regard to more, it was ordinary business. Most of that was around ordinary business of council in regard to safety and what have you of the street, rather than safety audit and what have you. I think it was ordinary business of council. So we really navigated. In fact, I think we even said there was no need to declare, to be honest, but some had already declared, which is fine. So, if we're comfortable, no others to pull out, that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 14 November be received, with the exception of items 5 and 7, and the recommendations therein be adopted. Sorry, Wendy, we're wanting 3 out as well, are we? Oh, we don't need 3 out. 5 and 7. Thanks, Wendy. Items 5 and 7. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor James. Anyone needing to speak against that? If not, put it to the vote. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Because we had some declarables, do we need to note those as well, Wendy? Well, we could make a note of those that we had for 8 within there. So it was unanimous in any way. It was a unanimous decision. So that's fine. Yeah, that's right. So item number 5, we go back to councils, which is investigation of changing the one-way traffic flow on Union Street between Annan Street and Ruthven Street. Councillor Edwina, if you'd like to leave the room and find a space out of earshot. Okay, so the motion is there before us. Councillor Carroll, happy to move. Seconder, Councillor Tim. Anyone need to speak against the motion? That not being the case, those in favour? Those against? So two against. Now we'll have to record this because Edwina was away. So Councillor Nancy and Councillor Kerry against. Sorry, Wendy, we're probably going at a bit of pace here for you. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Tim moved, and against was Councillor Nancy and Councillor Kerry. The rest, obviously Edwina's away, so we can bring Councillor Edwina back in. You're right with that, Wendy? Okay. So we then move to item... Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Item number 7, councillors, is the Toowoomba e-Devices project, benchmarking outcome and proposed next steps. Pulled by Councillor Nancy.
Yeah, I just want to vote. Thanks.
You're just wanting to vote. Okay. So, councillors, there is a motion before you. Someone to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Megan. Wanting to debate. Those in favour? 1, 2. Is your hand up or down, Councillor Shine? I can't see whether it's half or down. Down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay, so we'll have to record this. James, Megan. No, Councillor Shine's not in favour. He's down, no. So then against will be the opposite to that. Okay? Right. So therefore there's a casting vote in this.
And recorded, eh?
and recorded. Well, we're recorded where we are now, and so we'll record that I'll vote in favour of the motion, and it'll be passed 6-5. Passed 6-5. It does. Yeah, it does. Okay, so that's that one. Wendy, you got everything recorded we need to record there? Okay, very good. We then move to the Environment and Community Committee, of which there are 3 items, one of which is in confidential. The 3 items, John Darren Woolshed, leases and in confidential in regard to Toowoomba Conference Bureau. Anyone like to pull anything out? Councillor Tim. Councillor Bill, sorry. Sorry, Bill.
Item 3, please, Chair.
Item 3, remove item 3 and we'll deal with it separately. Any others? Item 4, Councillor Nancy?
And 6, thanks. So that's the law
Or
we
and
pulled
6.
out.
They're all, that's okay. We'll work through them one by one. Will item number 6 be, it's a confidential? Is there? Okay, that's fine. So we won't need necessarily to go into confidential. No, okay. Item number 3, councillors, is John Darren Woolshed interim operating model. We've got General Manager Nick here if required. There is a motion, Councillor Committee, Councillor James moved. Seconded, Councillor Tim. Need to go into debate, or are you just voting? Those in favour? Those against? Record the votes. Thanks, Wendy. So, Councillor Carl against. Bill, did you want your microphone still on there? Okay, item number 4. Let's, Wendy, if you're all right with the next one, you tell me when you're ready. Keeping you hectic today, aren't we, Wendy? Doing well. Okay. All right, item number 4 is renewal of leases with an expiry date prior to December 25. Councillor Nancy, you asked this to
I
be
just
put.
had a question, if I could. I see Hugh's not in the room, but I just wondered with that venture, the car park area, and wondering whether that impacts any other users out there, if they include that the car park area in that lease.
Keeping in mind an element of this is in confidential from memory, which is the listing. So we'll just have to be a bit cautious how we ask and answer this question. Nick, have you got any further information that you could provide? And if we need to go into confidential, we can. Or if we need to lie it on the table, we can. Hugh's on his way. Yeah. Fantastic. And I'll probably just need a line reference because I'm not sure. Just a line reference, Councillor Nancy, if you could. On that. So it's within the confidential
I'll have to go over
part of the document.
Renewal leases. So it's in the, it's on page, where is it? Page 101, I think it is, on last week's board papers.
If you wouldn't mind asking the question again, Councillor Nancy.
Or we could go to the, I think the Tanya, is Hugh here, is he?
Hugh is on his way.
Yeah.
Hugh's on his way, but Nick
so
might be able to.
Sorry, it's about increasing the lease space to include car parking. And I just wondered whether that would impact any other users out there. That's all.
Hugh's just
Here he
arrived,
is.
so
Here's
that's
the
good
man.
timing. Just got to be cautious of how confidential this
Yeah,
is.
okay. I won't say any more then. I'll just leave it for them to identify whether it is or it isn't.
Thanks, Hugh. Welcome to you. So a line item, Councillor Nancy, which will help. Is there a line item in it? In the In the report, so it's not in confidential. Okay, thanks. We'll just let Hugh gather his thoughts. No, it's okay. We've got Hugh here, and Nick's happy to take hold of this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Really short and simple answer to your question, councillor. No, it doesn't impact other users. No.
Thank you, and thanks, Hugh, for getting over here to assist in that answer. Any other questions in regard to the leases? If not, there's a motion before us moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item number 6, Councillor Nancy, you suggested or implied that it's just voting more so than anything else? Okay. Well, item number 6 is supply for the provision of Toowoomba Conference Bureau. There is a motion from last week. Councillor James, Councillor Tim. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Those against? So recorded, Councillor Nancy? So 1 against, Councillor Nancy. Vote recorded. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much. You're doing well. Thank you, councillors. We'll move to item 8.5. 8.5 is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee. There's 7 items, 2 of which are confidential items as well. Does anyone like to pull any of those items out, councillors? If not, happy to move. Councillor Shine. Councillor Edwin is second. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Oh, with Councillor Nancy out of the room, so we probably need to... Oh, it'll be in the minutes. It'll be in the minutes. Thank you. We now move to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee. That's fine. That's been done. It's been done. It was emailed. Item 8.6, councillors, is the Economic Development Committee. There were no items, so someone moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. All righty, we've done very well. Now, councillors, I am in your hands. I'm quite happy if we'd like to pause now for 45 minutes and then return. Have you seen any activity out there? Okay. Moved by Councillor Carroll to adjourn. Seconder, Councillor Kerry. We'll adjourn for 45 minutes. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll return at 12:40. 12:40, resumption. Councillors, welcome back to the afternoon session, the ordinary meeting for November. We do move now on to item number 9, which is the monthly performance statement, noting that GM Anne-Marie doesn't seem to be back in the room at this point in time, which would be, I'm more than happy to move to another item. Before I do that, I just want to make note that there was an item in Finance and Business Committee, which was item number 10. It was the confidential appointment of directors to the board of the Empire Theatre. Last week we actually deferred that for further information, which we did receive. So if councillors were comfortable with that information, I'm more than happy to put it to a vote now, or we can take it into the confidential. The confidential is the information in it. So if someone would like to move a motion that they be moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? This is to accept the appointment of the 3 directors, and congratulations to them. Thank you. That's carried, Wendy. We've now taken care of that one for that. So, councillors, we now move to item number 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement, and welcome Anne-Marie. If you'd like to come forward to just here. I'll appreciate that. Welcome, General Manager.
Thank you.
Great to have you here. You're right. So this is the monthly performance statement, and Anne-Marie, I might hand straight over to you. That's all right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to present councillors with the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of October. So the report commences on page 20 of 238 of Diligent Boards. From page 21, we've got the highlights of the October implications. You'll note the unrestricted cash expenses ratio at the end of October was 6.75 months. That's against the Department's Financial Management Sustainability Guidelines target of greater than 2 months. So we remain well within this target. Unrestricted cash at the end of October was 170 million. So again, a good result. So a separate report is provided in attachment 4 with the DRFA update for the month. So the consolidated financial performance statement is provided from page 28. And you councillors would have received an email yesterday just detailing some of those variances. So overall, operating income tracking to budget, a variance of just 130,000 or less than 1%. Expenditure tracking slightly below budget at 3% or 4.7 million. So this is as a result of materials and services expenditure tracking below budget and depreciation. And materials and services is timing only, so that's as a result of DRFA work, and that will catch up. But depreciation will be amended as part of the budget review process. If we look at our capital components, capital income tracking above budget by 11% or 1.6 million. And that's with both grants and sale of assets above budget, and that's offset by infrastructure charges which are tracking below budget. So again, grants, just a timing issue, and we expect that to sort out as we move throughout the year. Sale of assets will form part of the budget review process, and infrastructure charges will continue to be monitored throughout the year. Capital expenditure is tracking 20% or 9.8 million below budget year to date. This is being closely monitored. I provided councillors yesterday with details of the actual projects that contribute to this. And there has been some reprioritisation of capital projects as part of the budget review process.
Thank you very much, GM Anne-Marie. Any questions in regard to the monthly performance statement? So no questions. Can I have someone move? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. We move to item number 10, councillors, which is the CEO monthly report, and hand over to you, Brian.
Thank you, councillors. The report's before you. I'll take it as read and happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, CEO. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to the report by the CEO? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, just in relation to the organisational culture improvement initiatives action plan, I just wonder on that summary sheet, number S3, which is review and update the performance management process. It says it's in progress, 31st of the 12th, 23. So it was due by May last year, and it's got to be done by the 31st of the 12th. I'm just wondering, can you give us an update on that one, please?
I can't, and I don't know whether Kylie Delrain may be able to give us some information. Got some relevant timing on that one, Kylie?
Welcome, Kylie. Might just have to, we'll get that up on the screen there. It's S3. You can come right over here and put that on there. S3 in the pink. Review and update the performance management. So Councillor Nancy has a question, and it was due May of this year.
Last year.
Nancy, May of last year.
And then deferred to the 31st of the 12th this year.
So it's in progress, and estimated delivery 31/12/23.
Good afternoon, councillors. Sorry, I'm a little bit late, later than I anticipated. S3, we have reviewed certain elements of the APA process, and I think that's in the note. I don't have the board book's reference for that, but it's page 6 of 10 of my report. Reviewing the whole APA process requires a systems solution as well. So we're road-mapped with ICT to have a look at that one in 24-25 to build it into a system solution. But we are reviewing the form. We've developed a toolkit to incorporate the one-on-one authentic conversations, which aligns with the training that the organisation has just been through as well. So there is work towards that one.
Thank you. So it won't be completed by the end of the year?
Not in its full extent, because there's a system requirement.
Thank you. So then in the next lot down, M2, in the 6 to 12 months, which would have meant the end of last year, which has been extended to the end of this year, review and redesign of recruitment, retention and promotion processes at TRC.
M2.
Jade of yours.
We've had a number of activities associated with M2 that have been in progress and continue to be in progress. One of those is a look at the temporary employment program, which we've reviewed most recently, and that one's pending a review by ELT. So we're hoping to have that one finalised shortly. That also needs to be built into the talent retention strategy. So that one had to be reviewed, so we're building that one in. Most recently, we've done the retention survey, which is a part of this strategy as well. So we've been doing activities to build up until that point in time. And I'm sure when the new manager gets on board, they will take that one with full force early in the new year.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Tim?
Thank you, Chair. Brian, just wanting to pick up, I've asked this before, the average weeks that a case is open, so I'm looking at the PCE action plan. If you had a grievance, it's open for about half a year before it's decided. Now, I understand that there are complexities and all the rest that need to happen for that to be followed up. But I still, if I look at the graph from September 2022 onwards, I fail to see anywhere where it's been really 24 weeks, the average time that it's open. So I suppose just a question to you, first question is, are we doing everything we can to work with that time and get it down to a reasonable number? I'd hate to have that hanging over my head for that long.
We are, but I think those figures that are quoted in there are for those that were closed in that month. That was the average for the ones that were closed in that month.
Right.
So it's not the. I don't think it's a rolling average.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, same question. Still.
Yeah, we do. Obviously, there are variations in how complex some of those investigations are, and some, as you may be aware, start with a simple one and they grow from that particular point in time. But we dedicate a fair bit of resource and outsource a lot of these to resolve. And by the time you go through the whole process to get to the actual final resolution can take some period of time.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just suppose if wanted to know we're doing all we can to get that shortened, and I'm happy with your answer. Could I just ask a follow-up, or perhaps a comment? I did raise this before as well, but the case setup that we have, there's one phone call in, 6 months? Now, I'll say it like I said last time, we need to have it, but I suppose I'd love to sit down and have a look at that at some point if we're getting value for money and those kind of questions that need to be asked.
And I think that's a fair enough question too. It's one of a multitude of ways that people can raise issues. It's one that came through providing absolute confidentiality in that it was an external agency to the council that actually was receiving and dealing with those issues. But the use is very different. It's very difficult to justify that cost for the limited amount of use that you have there. But there also may be some contractual arrangements with, I don't know how long we've actually entered into that contract for, but I think it's certainly worth council when we're looking at how we're allocating our precious resources. It might be something that you might be able to drop off with little risk. But I think we'd have to accompany that with some publicity to our staff about alternate ways that are available to them, not just case.
Can I frame it as a comment that we've seen some organisational employee happiness scales, now the proper word for that, which would indicate that there's a few issues, and then so we set up these things to help, and it's not ringing to the extent you'd think it was by looking at those organisational cultural outcomes. So I would love to know where the mismatch is. Do people feel comfortable ringing? Those kind of questions.
I think ultimately those cases is the one thing that you can actually say if anyone doesn't have confidence in any of the internal processes and the multiple those that we have, it's something that is available to them. They're not using it. What you're talking about is the misalignment between what's coming through in our performance and engagement surveys that are confidential in relation to what comes through in the reported incidents of a range of HR issues that come through there. There's always a mismatch in there, and there's or always has been, and I think there tends to be. Drawing conclusions from that is difficult, ultimately, and unless you know the individual reasons why somebody has or hasn't reported it formally, it's very difficult to establish that. So, as you're aware, we've been working hard to make people feel as safe as they can to report those things, encouraging people to do anything, any issues that they're having within the organisation as far as the human side of things, making it safe for them to come forward, multiple options to do that. And I've been providing consistent messages across the organisation, and I've been addressing them, as have the managers and the GMs, about don't put up with those kind of issues. You need to stand up and raise those so we can actually deal with them. So we're doing everything we can to help facilitate that process, and hopefully one day those statistics will perfectly match, but I doubt whether any organisation would ever actually get to that point.
Thanks, happy with the answer.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Any further questions, councillors, in regard to the CEO's report? If not, we have a motion before us, and the motion is that the Chief Executive's monthly report be received. Someone to move the motion. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Megan. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Kylie. Thank you for being here. Item number 11, councillors, is the mayoral monthly report. It's there for you. Covers off on Councillor Mayor's state delegation, advocacy for the dam safety upgrade, youth scoping project, South East Queensland Regional Planning Committee. The only thing I would add to that is next Wednesday I will be heading as part of the delegation to Canberra in regard to the focus on infrastructure and the change in methodology from an 80-20 split, federal state funding, to a 50-50 split, and that delegation will include other mayors from the southeast corner as well, with the Deputy Premier heading down there to meet with Minister King to press our case for us here. And just to give you one example of where we should be advocating for is the Borneo Barracks intersection on New England Highway, where it's been a project that, Councillor Curry, you correct me if I'm wrong here, because you'd be more over this, probably for more than half a dozen years. That's been planned for, funding had been allocated for, and obviously a federal base, the Army base, on a federal government road, and yet funding has been pulled from that. So that's an example of, and it's a challenge right across the nation, so we need to have a seat at the table when those discussions are had. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just so councillors are aware, it's not just the road, it's the actual take-off lane that's along there, and with the requirements now, the extra requirements for the entry into the base and the golf course that's there, so there's quite a long wait time at the gate, and the traffic sometimes backs right up. It's only a short lane, and it becomes quite dangerous to travelling public at certain times of the day, and it has been that way. I'd say it's almost 10 years since there's been an issue there. So the funding was in progress, you're right, I think 6 or 7 years, and it's been firmed up, and now it's been taken away. So it's really not, and the base is expanding. So it doesn't pass the pub test, really.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, Jeff, I'd just like to take a minute to say thank you for the advocacy work that you are doing. I feel like our council is finally in the face of the decision makers to assist us with getting funding in the future. And so I'd just like to take the moment to thank you because you are being very proactive, and that's what we need right now, particularly in relation to the spillways. Thanks. Thanks,
Councillor Nancy. And as I've said on many an occasion, wherever we are as individuals, we represent each other, and certainly that's my focus when I'm at the table and representing not only all councillors but our community. So thank you, Nancy, for those comments. I appreciate that. Councillor Kerry.
On a different topic, if I might, and it's probably more appropriate to have been raised at the time of the mayoral minute, but some years ago I had the privilege of attending the commissioning of HMAS Toowoomba, and subsequently the company was given the freedom of the city, etc. I was just wondering, Mayor, if you would add to your tasks a communication to the captain and the company of HMAS Toowoomba our concern about the recent incident involving the ship alongside or out near Japan, and our sorrow about the injury which occurred to a sailor on the ship's company, and to express our concern and support for all concerned.
Councillor Shine, just by way of process, I'm more than happy to do that. How about just for your consideration in that motion there, that the monthly report be received, and that that the Mayor on behalf of our community send a letter of support and thoughts to the captain of HMAS Toowoomba. Is that wording something similar like that?
would
If you're
be-
happy to do
thank
that,
you.
then it's on the books. Okay, well, we'll just put that up there. Wendy's typing away madly here, which is fantastic. Thank you for that. Question, James, while we're going? Councillor James?
Separate, Mayor, sorry, separate to that.
That's okay.
Just-
We'll allow
I'll
Wendy
listen.
to continue to put
Yes.
some wording together.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, more a comment, or you might want to elaborate on it further, but it's really good to see that information there about that youth scoping project. It's obviously something that's been strongly advocated by this council. This Councillor Becker and Councillor Tim would know obviously a huge issue that's been raised continuously, obviously through our youth advisory committee, and obviously working around this. And I know obviously around the Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships and other and other entities like that within TRC and beyond. But obviously this is something where, again, through strong advocacy, we've been able to get to this point where this body of work's going to be undertaken, and I guess the proof will be in the pudding. But there's a lot that can happen as a result of this scoping project and lead us to future. So I mean, it's the start of hopefully something that does provide a real impactful and meaningful difference in our community on an issue that we know is one that's shared by the entire community.
Thank you, Councillor James, and I totally agree. And that the scoping project is well underway. There was a couple of sessions only last week or the week before, and the purpose of that is to just get a almost like a full understanding of agency services that are here, to make sure that if there's gaps, then how do we advocate to fill those gaps, and if there's a realignment of services, then that can happen. So this is the first step, but you're right. It was only through advocacy that's been committed to from the government, so we do appreciate your efforts in that too. Wendy, you're Councillor Shine, and okay, that's okay. Councillor Rebecca.
Mayor, I was going to ask the mover of the motion to do what Councillor Taylor just raised.
Thank you. Brilliant. So, Councillor Shine, that's to finalise that. Are you comfortable then to move that motion in total?
Yeah, I say move, yep.
Okay. Moved by Councillor, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Those against? No. Councillor Nancy, you against that motion? Okay. Motion is carried. Did you want recorded, Councillor Nancy, your motion? No. Okay. Right, let's move to item number 12, and welcome back GM Anne-Marie. This is for the September budget review, and obviously, councillors, we've had a fair session on this one as well, and some further information provided by General Manager as well. So we appreciate that. Just some background, Anne-Marie. Would you like to make comment?
I just say, good afternoon, councillors. So there are 6 attachments to this report, with attachments 2 to 6 providing the statutory requirements to either adopt or amend the budget. So attachment 1 provides detail of the amendments, separating them out in operational and capital, and provided by group. So with the exception of DRFA, there are just minor amendments to the budget, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, GM Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. To Anne-Marie and potentially Jake, there had been some conversation about the need for an education campaign on water reduction, the use of water across the region, because we've been having subsequent monthly reports where the water use well exceeds the 200 litres per person per day, and I'm not sure where we landed in regard to if that could be accommodated within this current budget that we're being asked to consider, or if we needed to do something in addition to that or later down the track.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Jake, Jake, you might need this. Just slide this one over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff, for your question. At this early stage, we will review the costings associated with that those initiatives and are proceeding on the basis of providing an education program to the community, and we'll look to adjust those at budget review too.
Subsequent question.
Subsequent question, if I might. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to wait until budget review 2 for that education program to roll out, does it? Because it will be too late for the summer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I've approved a program this morning that will go out hopefully as soon as possible. It leverages off some existing material that we already have. We'll look and review and monitor that program as needed and come back to Council.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies if my question was already asked last week because I wasn't here, but the BR1 on Board Books, page 55, there's $2 million water treatment plant upgrade increase. I'm just wondering what the story is with that, please.
Jake, are you in a position to answer that question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. In relation to the Mount Connock water treatment plant upgrade, as we are aware, there has been a number of escalations since that contract commenced, and those escalations will see that trued up and finalise the required amount of funding to complete the entire project.
Okay, so that is an increase in the total cost of the project?
A minor increase in the total cost of the project, that's correct.
I wouldn't say $2 million was a minor increase, but can you tell me how much the project is now costing all up, please?
I don't have that information at hand at this point in time. We'll take the question on notice, but I am aware that it's an increase of approximately $800,000 to the original total risk-adjusted budget price that was provided to Council when the project was endorsed.
Thank you. So 800, and yet there's 2 million on here. So can you just help me understand that, please?
So what happens each year at budget preparation, we do a forward projection about what we anticipate the project will cost and phase that expenditure over those years. Our estimates at the start of approximately this time last year, when we put in the budget for this year, due to some of those escalations and costs mainly related to foreign exchange escalations, so cost escalation foreign exchange rates for components has resolved now, and those numbers weren't known at that time. So we took a best estimate based on our understanding of the project and at budget time, and as a result of that, we've fallen short by about $2 million.
Thank you, which is 2% rate rise. So would we be able to get just an email around to us about what the original costs were and what we're heading to now with that extra $2 million, what that'll actually look like financially for Council to complete that upgrade?
It will give you a total as to where we are cost today and when we think the project will, so the anticipated finalisation.
Yeah, and where it started from.
And
that would be really handy. Thanks a lot, Jake. Appreciate that. The other one I had was on the same page was about fleet, where it says $0.4 million for parks. And I just was surprised at that. We've had a review of our fleet. A report came to Council, and I thought we were reducing our fleet. I might have misread the report or the agreements with that. And I was out there last Friday, I think it was, and I was really, really surprised how many vehicles were sitting in the car park out at the depot. And I just wondered, have the changes been implemented or in the process of being implemented to reduce our fleet numbers? And I understand that different vehicles require different types of vehicles and also different fit outs, but I just wondered, I thought we were trying to tie down our fleet costs rather than increase. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. GM Mike is coming up to answer this question. Welcome, Mike.
Good afternoon, councillors. Through your chair, Councillor Summerfield. Thank you for your question. Just in regards to that 400,000, that's focused on, it's mainly a request that's come through our park space. So it's mainly mowers, larger mowers and a few other pieces of equipment in that space. In regards to vehicles out of the depot, the implementation of the recommendations from the UNECO report are all progressing. The lives of the vehicles and all those, that's already been implemented as far as change there. We've got the changes with some of the servicing about to, you'll see a memo on that coming to you very shortly in the next week or two on where to go service vehicles. So there's a lot of changes that are in progress. In regards to, we take every opportunity where possible to, optimise the plant and equipment that we need and use across council, and obviously it depends from a fleet perspective. It very much depends on all the other branches and the changes that they make. So their operational sort of changes. So that's where a lot of the, as they make change, fleet can then react. Fleet's a support service to the branches. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Any further questions? Councillor Tim, you had a question?
Statement, if I could, Chair, is that all right?
Statement?
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. Comment?
I
Statement?
suppose if there are anyone in our community watching, we had a mountain bike precinct that was budgeted for and ready to roll this year and has fallen victim to reprioritisation under the Environment and Community Services, and $6.5 million worth of projects have. And I suppose this was a project I was passionate about. It was a project I was looking to see done. We were lined up ready to go, but I think that overall there's, if I read my table correctly, about $20.6 million of reprioritations is BR1, and the mature approach would be that as an organisation we need to watch every penny, and that sometimes the nice to haves have to get delayed because of our financial obligations elsewhere. So I suppose my commitment to the community, I'll keep going into bat for our mountain biking precinct that has been master planned and was budgeted early this year, and it's a real shame to see it being reprioritised to perhaps the next financial year, but I think it's a demonstration of the sign of the times that we're in, and that we have to watch every cent in this financial climate in council. So I'm happy to back your budget review one recommendation. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Any other questions, councillors? There's no other questions. There is a motion there before us, councillors, which is the council adopt the amended 23-24 annual budget, attachments 1 to 6. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Farquhar. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, GM Anne-Marie. The councillors, we move now to item number 13 on the agenda, matters of which notice has been given. Councillor Rebecca, did you want to?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Councillor McMahon, would you mind passing your little book to me?
Mayor, can I just bring up, I know that we spoke about this earlier.
Can I just please finish, Councillor? Thanks.
This might resolve any doubt.
So, Mayor, when we discussed this earlier, the vote was in favour of me staying in the room and participating, but it was a split vote 5-4. And in this position, I think that anything other than a unanimous position by the council is putting me in a position where I'm pretty vulnerable and pretty exposed. And I look at Councillor McMahon's book here, and one of it says, one of the points is, will the councillor's involvement negatively affect the community's trust in the decision? And I think at 5-4, we've reached that threshold. That's been achieved. And so for that reason, I won't involve myself in this motion, and I'll remove myself from the room.
Councillor, thank you for that. And Wendy is just putting some information up on the screen for us as well. You've made that decision now to remove yourself, as have I, which means both the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor will be out of the room. Councillor Megan, did you were wanting to, no? Which means that just before you go, we're not actually at 13.1, we're just at matters of notice have been given. We will be removing ourselves from the room, which means then the remaining councillors need to appoint a chair for item 13.1 to proceed. So can I call for a motion to appoint, or a motion to appoint a Councillor Tim?
Chair, I think when we look at chairing of meetings, the Chair of Planning seems fairly comfortable doing it, and with the absence of Mayor and Deputy Mayor, I'd like to nominate the Chair of Planning to hold the fort. Thank you.
Thanks. A seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Anyone want to speak against that motion? Those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. So we'll then move to item 13.1, at which point, Councillor Rebecca, you and I will find a space away from hearing shot of this room and hand over the meeting to Councillor Megan.
Very good. Item number 13.1 is matters of which notice has been given, Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade. And as the proposed motion was moved by Councillor Vonhoff, and she's not here, is there anyone who would like to move that motion? Councillor Summerfield, seconded. Councillor Carl. Councillor O'Shea.
Oh, sorry, can I foreshadow a motion should this be defeated? Because this is kind of difficult, because obviously I had a few questions I would have asked the mover just around the intent, which obviously we can't do now, and I understand that scenario. So if I can foreshadow, sorry Wendy, basically a motion, it's the exact same motion except for taking out, it was exactly the same, but my foreshadowed motion would be that Council advised the Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport that during the state government's project validation period in relation to the Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade, Council would expect and appreciate to be consulted on the proposal. That's what I foreshadow should the motion be defeated. Correct. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So
and as I
not
said,
an
it's a difficult
amended-
one because, as I said, but anyway, I'm happy to foreshadow that should the original motion as put be defeated.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is there, I suppose, any? Okay. So I'll put the motion. Did anyone move into debate? You'd like to? Yep. So a speaker for the motion?
No questions?
Well, I'm not sure who you're going to ask questions of. Questions of Councillor O'Shea?
No, just questions in general, if anyone's got any questions.
Has anyone got any questions, councillors? Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Came it as a question, thank you, Madam Chair, that how can we determine a position when it's not our project and when we won't be having consultation with our community? The consultation will be carried out by the state government, and I can't see how we have any legitimacy in determining a council position under those circumstances.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Taylor. That might be a statement, yeah.
That's a statement, question, but it's valid, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Councillor O'Shea?
I'll ask a question. So on the motion that was circulated originally, and it's probably to General Manager Howes, I'd suggest. I just want to understand from, and I hope you are the right person to ask this, around the point of view, because one of the reasons around Councillor Von Hoff's motion was around, sorry, I just got to find it, but essentially it was sort of around, has the state government I don't want to make a word, misrepresented. Oh, sorry, here it is. So yeah, I just want some information, please, just in regards to, in the reasons around the motion, one of the things it says was information from the Deputy Premier's office that Toowoomba Regional Council representatives have been involved in the Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade may have given an impression that is inconsistent with Council's current undetermined position. And I know that, and I apologise because I know that's a difficult question, because I probably wanted to understand a little bit more about that from the original mover of the motion. But can you provide any
Councillor Carl did have some input there.
Through you, Chair. I can confirm that an officer in the Planning and Development section has actually been very intrinsically involved in the discussions with the state department heads, relevant departments. My interpretation of that there is that may come with some expectation, or indeed with an element of risk around a reputation of council leading the project. And I can personally vouch for feedback to me personally about that very scenario. So that's my understanding, that a key officer, a senior officer in the planning and development area has been integrally involved with the discussions at state at a number of iterations, a number of touch points, when council hasn't arrived at a formal position. So then we become involved in that process by default.
Councillor Cull, I'd like, it's unfortunate that the General Manager of Planning and Development's not here to either validate or refute that.
Well, I'd welcome that, because I was at the centre of some allegations that I felt were inappropriate towards me. So I'm intimately involved in the involvement of the officer, or intimately aware of the involvement of the officer.
No. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to go to from here, but Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, sorry, I appreciate that information, Councillor Cole. That raises other concerns as well. I suppose it's one around supply of information, because I would assume we'd be a part of that whole process of information. It's more around the misrepresent potential, or has our position been at any stage misrepresented? That's sort of what I'm trying to get some comfort or understanding around in regards to the reasons I've foreshadowed that motion.
And through you, Chair, look, I can only gauge a constituent eyeball to eyeball implied council was leading the project. Ill-informed, though that statement is, but by virtue of the fact of the extent of involvement with officers, or an officer that I'm aware of, I don't know of others, involved in discussions with the state about the future development of this site.
Councillor Carl, I've just asked the CEO to get the General Manager, because I don't think that we need to validate that or not.
Councillor Megan, you were in the same meeting as me.
Well, I'd like the rest of the councillors to have an explanation from the General Manager. Councillor.
Fine. I don't think it's the forum to actually prosecute officers' actions, and that would be inappropriate. I'm merely saying that I'm aware of an officer's involvement in the discussions, in a number of discussions with state departments. I was answering Councillor James's question as to why is that part of the background and the reasons for the motion.
But I guess what I'm saying, Councillor Carl, is it, here's the General Manager, is that giving the state an understanding of where Toowoomba Regional Council sits on this project?
I'm not concerned about what the state thinks. I'm concerned about what our community thinks. That's why I raised it. And that's why I give feedback about a conversation direct with a constituent.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps, Councillor Carl, you might ask the General Manager or give the General Manager your reasons for being concerned, or what your concerns are. Yeah.
They're not my concerns. Councillor James raised them. I merely give information about what I'm aware of, subsequent to a conversation.
If you wouldn't mind repeating it to the General Manager then.
Well, I don't think it's wise to actually prosecute the proceedings of a staff team meeting with councillors in a public forum. There are certain protocols that you need to be aware of when discussing staff.
I think, I'm not paraphrasing, Councillor James, would you like to ask the question of the General Manager again?
Yeah, sure, Madam Chair. So my question, and as I said, what I wanted to understand was one of the reasons around this motion that's been put forward is, so apologies, I've got to find it again here, but essentially that information from the Deputy Premier's office that Toowoomba Regional Council representatives have been involved in the Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade may have given an impression that is inconsistent with Council's current undetermined position. Like, to me, that's it's a really important statement to understand, and I appreciate the information Councillor Carl has provided that he has, but I think the understanding around what, because this is what this is all about. So a motion here originally is asking us to determine our position, and that's another story. I can talk about that in terms of why I foreshadowed what I foreshadowed, but that line, I just want to understand. And again, I know that the author of this is, with a conflict, unable to be with us at this point in time. So I said it's a clunky way of doing it. But I guess, is there any officer feedback that I can receive in regards to that particular statement that's in a public document, a part of a motion?
Thank you, councillors, for the question. So I had no knowledge of this being in a document. Clearly, I haven't had a chance to interrogate who may or may not have said anything in this regard, so I'm not really in a position to make a comment. However, if it is put there that a council officer has said something, I don't think that should be relied upon because I'm not sure of the basis of that statement.
Would it be appropriate for the author of the report to come in and give a response to that? Because I think that would be helpful to help us all understand, to ensure there's no confusion.
Well, I'd be amenable to that. Has anyone got a contrary view? The CEO?
There'd be no reason why you couldn't ask the question to the author if they're happy to return to make comment or answer any questions relevant to their proposed motion, but they obviously can't vote on that issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Von Hoff, thanks. GM.
Madam Chair, while Councillor Von Hoff comes, just a point of order, if I may. No one's saying that the officer said anything. If you read the wording, the impression that it's given council officers' involvement in the discussions and meetings and deliberation about the development of this site. has taken place. It's not about what they've said, it's about exactly what the report, the reasons were.
Can you just direct me to where it says that? I just can't see.
Councillor James just read.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. GM Nicola would like to make a comment.
Thank you, through the chair. So the reasonable inference from that would be that TRC representatives may have given an impression that's inconsistent with council's current I consider that as implying that a staff member said something. Particularly when the next sentence is, councillors understand that honesty and accountability are values. So the reasonable inference from this paragraph is that a staff member may have said something that they shouldn't, and what they've said isn't consistent with accountability and honesty. So I'm only just seeing this paragraph now, and I'm drawing that as a reasonable inference from those sentences taken together.
But Councillor Carl, you weren't talking about the report so much as what the public's perception is, that council has already arrived at a position because...
I can only gauge that by a personal conversation with a constituent who lives in the immediate area. And I can only gauge my conclusions about an element of risk that is associated with that impression being more widely what's the word? Could be understood more widely as a position, and based on conversations in a recent team meeting, which we're not at liberty to discuss what's said in those sorts of meetings in a public forum.
No, but I was hoping that because I think you're referring to the project where we did the safety of Lindsay Street, which has been in a open meeting, and that there was a group project. So that, I think, is that correct, Councillor Carl?
Yeah.
Thank you. So as a general position, I would not ordinarily rely on hearsay of one party who, with no direct knowledge of conversations. And I certainly wouldn't rely on one party to form a view about what perception might be more widely shared. I'm actually not sure. So what happened at that meeting was not in relation to this. So I think they're two very separate issues. And I had no knowledge that this was a position being put forward until I sort of got called to the chamber very quickly today.
So are we happy for Councillor Von Hoff to come in and... Councillor Shine, you had some question?
Just to be clear, what we're hearing is a conversation from some unknown person about something that person has been apparently told by possibly an officer of the council. It's sort of hearsay upon hearsay. Really, you know, it's serious. It could be serious implications here to be raising things of that nature.
Point of order, Councillor Kerry, I'm not implying that at all. What I spoke about originally with Councillor James, said I can add some light to that, is because of a conversation directly with a staff member in a team meeting or a forum about involvement in discussions and a working group with State Departments related to this project. That's the basis on which I raised on what I'm aware of, and that was spoken to me eyeball to eyeball across the table, of which the chair and the general manager were in the same meeting.
Thank you. I would request at this time, given the outcomes of that meeting, including conduct, that we shouldn't be referring to anything said or any behaviours at that meeting. And that is my preference.
Councillor Summerfield?
Madam Chair, this is quite a serious conversation, and I believe it would be appropriate for us to go into closed session so that we can have a proper and frank discussion about it, to avoid exposure of anyone moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, so you're moving that. Councillor O'Shea is seconding that we go into a confidential session. The reasons being, Councillor Summerfield?
The sensitivity of the discussions that are currently being had to ensure there's no exposure of any of our staff.
So, the sensitivity around a staff member, yeah. A staff matter? Did you want to use it as a staff matter?
Well, I believe it is, really, isn't it? Yes, we could, but also could we just go into closed session purely for that part of this and then come back out to finish the debate, ensuring that we don't go into that particular sensitive area again? Thank you.
But also perhaps confidentiality around the project as well, given it's some state, there'll be some sensitivities around that perhaps, Mr. CEO.
Okay. So that being the reasons to move. Councillor Edwina? Yeah.
Madam Chair, if we go into confidential, can we call in the author of the document to ask questions?
I'm just not sure whether Councillor Summerfield, who's the mover of going into confidential, whether we want that part to be in open or confidential.
Okay.
I'll seek your guidance, Brian.
I think you suggest you start without Councillor Von Hoff in here, and if you need to invite her into the meeting, do it at that point in time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys. We take the vote on that. Move into confidential. All those in favour? It's carried. All those against? I need to record that. Yeah. So all those in favour? Hands up high. So that's everyone. Councillor McMahon is against going into confidential. We're just going to turn the live stream off. Hoff in confidential or in open?
We'll start in open.
There's no reason to question her in confidential. Yes, okay, sure. Happy. Councillor Summerfield?
Madam Chair, I know you're being challenged by all of this, but I appreciate your patience. I'm just
We're
concerned.
live, Councillor Summerfield.
Yes, I realise that. I'm just concerned that we may end up going down the same rabbit hole as we've just been down. So, are we better to go into confidential now? And I seek Brian's advice on that.
I'd suggest in open you move this motion as proposed here to invite the councillor back in. When that happens, you can then move into confidential, but you'll have to have a reason for that, which will be similar to the previous reason if that's what you wish to do.
Okay. Yep. Can I have someone move the motion that Council invite Councillor Von Hoff to return to the meeting to answer questions in relation to her proposed motion before excluding herself from the vote? Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Farquhar. All those in favour? It's carried. Jake, your ups and your downs up. So Councillor Von Hoff is making her way back to the meeting. We're going to go into a closed session again. So can I have... Yes, okay. So someone move that we go into confidential. Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor O'Shea. All... Question. The reasons are similar.
Thank you. So the same as the previous one, which is up there before you. Thank you.
Wendy's coming in there, yeah. That matters may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, a matter the local government is required to keep confidential under a law or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth or state.
Would that not depend on what questions are to be asked?
Well, I've had a mover and a seconder that we move into confidential. So we'll have a vote on that. All those in favour? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4 against. Casting. We'll move into confidential. Okay, let me know when we're offline, Wendy.
refer to an email from the Mayor with a reply from...
Do you want to just wait? To allow us the opportunity to determine our position, isn't it? We've voted to come out of confidential, but we just haven't turned the live stream on again. Okay. We're open, thank you, Bailey, yeah. All right, councillors, there is a motion here proposed by Councillor Von Hoff. Well, I have to have someone, did I have someone move it before and second it? Yes, yeah, thank you, yeah. Okay, we're going to move into debate. Councillor Summerfield, you were the mover of the motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're finally going around and getting to the point of the motion. So I feel like we've been a bit rudderless in this whole process, and we do have a role to play because it has such an impact on our residents in that area, but also opportunities could be being missed here in relation to doing up a different site, or our Charlton site could be utilised, something like that. We haven't been given the opportunity. Apparently there's been lots of discussions going on from various people, but we as a council haven't been given the opportunity to say what we think would be good for our communities, and that's what we're elected to do. And let's not shy away from that. Let's not be scared to make a decision about what we think would be the best outcome for Toowoomba in relation to a sports stadium. Let's get the best outcome we possibly could. And I think to do that, we actually have to have a position, because otherwise state government are listening to whoever they're listening to, and we don't know who they're listening to because we haven't made a decision and provided a voice for our communities, and also, you know, getting the best thing from a council perspective, understanding all the pressures we have, all the balls in the air that we've got, that we make sure we get the best stadium for Toowoomba that also suits our purpose as well for our communities. So I think we've got to have courage here and not back away from making a decision. Let's all have the debate, have a report come to us with all the different options so that we can make a decision, fully informed decision, that we can then provide to the state government so that the state government understands what our position is, because at this point in time we haven't made a decision and we shouldn't be giving them advice on what's the best outcome if we haven't made that decision. And nobody from this council, nobody, not an elected representative or a staff member, should be making recommendations to the state government about what is the best outcome for a stadium here for Toowoomba. That's a decision. That's what we're elected for. And let's be brave and do it and not shy away from it. Thank you.
Thank you. A speaker against the motion, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this motion has been put. It's written in public meetings, so I'll just use information from here. That this asks us to determine a position. Now, I have issues with that personally, that we have a state government project, state government carriage, And similarly to all of the other state government projects, I'll use the North-South Road, we saying whether it goes ahead or not, the determining of a position of a state government project from council is not something that sits right with me, and I don't think we should be pulling it in and getting involved. We can be consulted, we can talk, we can work through, but this asks us to give a position. I need to point out that this motion in the reasons has some ideas proposed that I don't agree with. And it says, in correspondence with councillors, residents have raised transparency as a concern. Transparency with who? State government, federal government, local government? I don't know. But further down, councillors understand that honesty and accountability are values of Toowoomba Regional Council, and transparency is the first principle of local government. So there's some sort of idea going on here that someone hasn't been honest, accountable and transparent. And I take issue personally with, in a public meeting, signing off on a motion, the reasons are saying that when it hasn't been backed up by anything. But my third reason for speaking against this motion is it's asking us to determine its position, but the reasons actually go into a position. And there's 2 pages of reasons here that give a position on the the Toowoomba Sports Stadium. And I'll go to the top of page 2. It talks about value for money. It talks about the location and other sites. It talks about federal funding is unlikely to meet Economic Review Committee thresholds if local government support has not been determined. Wouldn't that be nice? If the local government says no, federal goes, oh no, we don't want it then. I would love to be consulted on that level by federal government, but we simply aren't. So it asks to give a position and then goes into a position. And for those 3 reasons stated, I would have a really hard time voting in favour of this motion. So as a result, I can't, and I propose that we as a council need to not vote in favour of this.
Thank you, councillor. Another speaker for the motion? Okay, with that, close the debate. Now don't forget, beg your pardon, councillor Summerfield, to sum up, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I have a question here, and that is, how can we be consulted if we don't have a position? If we're not going to have a position, we need to approach the state government and tell them, please don't consult with us any further because we actually don't have a position on this. Anything that you hear from either a councillor or a staff member is irrelevant because this council doesn't have a position on what the best outcome is for a Toowoomba Stadium. I think it's very important that we draw a line in the sand here. We can't have councillors, mayor or staff, no one, going to the state government, giving them a view on what we should have for a Toowoomba Stadium, because we as a council don't want to have the courage to make the decision. Now just think about that. We can't consult with the state government if we're not prepared to make a decision on this. We cannot, because we don't have a position. And therefore we can't say to the state government, this is what we think we should have. Thank you.
Okay, with that, close the debate, and don't forget Councillor O'Shea has foreshadowed an alternative motion. Can you get that up, Wendy, for me? Just put that there, let councillors have a look at it. There it is written there. Okay, all right, so I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? That's 3. All those against? And that's 2, 4, 5. Thank you. Division. Okay, so 4 was Councillor Carl, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Farquhar. Yeah, 3. 4 against was myself, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor McMahon, Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Shine. Megan, Carol, Tim, James and Kerry. Okay. I think, what was that?
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, so I move the foreshadowed motion.
Okay, and so Councillor James has moved and Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded. Anyone wanted to go into debate? Councillor O'Shea, would you like to speak to your motion?
I'll
Get that
Madam
motion
Chair,
up.
I'll reserve my right to sum up.
Reserve your
I'll
right.
reserve my right to sum up.
Okay. Speaker against? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. I guess the booming question in my mind is what you're going to say when you're consulted, because we haven't got a position. I just can't believe that this council doesn't have the courage to make a decision on something so important that impacts not only the residents around the current stadium, but the whole of Toowoomba when it comes to the whole outcome. And I just don't understand why we lack courage in this. Why would we not be prepared to look at a report with all the different options and have a position on it, whatever that is? It could be this, but let's have that position so that we can actually talk to the state government, because at the moment we can't. And with that resolution, we can't, because we don't have a position. So no staff, no councillors, no mayor will be able to consult with the state government, because we as a council haven't made a position on this proposal. And so no one can speak about it because they don't have the guidance or the resolution of council to do that. So if anyone talks to the state government on this matter moving forward, I'll be asking questions about why, how and when, because it's not appropriate, because we're not prepared to make the decision.
A speaker for the motion? Councillor Shane?
Yeah, I'm happy to second the motion as well. And
It's Councillor Carol Taylor.
oh, sorry,
seconded,
that has been seconded. Yeah, okay, sorry. Just in relation to the comments by Councillor Summerfield, the idea of consultation is to hear precisely what the state government's proposal is, so we can consult with them, find out what the ins and outs of their proposal is, and thereafter form a determination, a course of conduct after we've fully understood what's being proposed. I don't know what's being proposed, and I think other councillors would be as much in the dark as I am. After we get that full information, we would then be in a position, after having completed that consultation, we would then be in a position to make a determination.
A speaker against? Councillor Carl?
I think it's important that we actually remember why we're around the table here, and listen to residents. There's been enough correspondence come in, with pen and paper or electronically, and to the concerns of our residents, and the consultation period that is already taking place. You don't have to, it's not unreasonable to draw some conclusions or make a fair judgment on what reasonable impacts there will be on our ratepayers. Impacts around connecting infrastructure, impacts around traffic movement, impacts around a loss of amenity, impacts around all of those sorts of things that come at a considerable cost. And we're not just talking about an event, we're talking about continual, with the potential upgrade of this site, continual impacts beyond one event, continual impacts. So I think it's really important for us to stand up and be leaders on this. Some of those questions have already been raised around this table. So I think it's critically important. It's nothing to do with what the state determines to do as their project. It's very much sending a clear signal to our community about how we choose to represent their interests. And we're not talking about a surrounding suburb here. We're talking about multiple suburbs being influenced and impacted forever. We're talking about how do thousands of people get to this stadium without impacting the greater percentage of the city alone. I think that's fair and reasonable for us to stand up and be counted on the issue of whether we agree with this in principle or not. Isn't that a reasonable expectation from a community member when you're asked out there in the community? Isn't that a reasonable, what would your answer be? Oh, we have no position on it. Oh, we're waiting for consultation. There's been a great deal of consultation happened already. So, beg your pardon, Councillor Shine?
Well, we might not have any interjection. We'll just keep going, Councillor Carl.
So that's why I take the position I do, that we need to sometimes stand up and be counted on issues that are going to have obvious impacts, and the very likelihood of a state government not, as per usual for development, not having to pay for infrastructure charges or the connecting infrastructure for such a development like this. And that is a considerable impost on our budget, our capital works program, our annual operational works programs. Let's not underestimate the impact of the region, let alone loss of amenity for residents in numbers of streets and suburbs.
Another speaker for the motion, Councillor Carol Taylor.
Madam Chair, I have to say first up that I'm very insulted by the fact of being said that we have no courage. If we had no courage, we wouldn't be sitting around this table, and you can't just pull it out and in when you feel like it. I actually have not, I don't know where I've been sitting around this table the whole time, but I can certainly say that I have not been part of any consultation on plans for the stadium or for the environs around the stadium or anything to do with that, and I don't believe Council has as well. How can we, the Council, have a position when we don't know what is being proposed? It's a state government facility, and the state government can probably do, as we know in many other occasions, what they like. Local government is a child of the state government. So whilst we support our community, we also want to see that we get the best outcome for our community. Consultation is being run by the state around the validation process. We need to let it take place and be informed then on what is proposed and what the impacts on the surrounding community and clubs will be. We don't know that. We haven't been told. We don't even know what it looks like. We've been told that there's going to be 5,000 extra seats in that stadium, permanent seats. That in itself will be a big lift for anything that's held there for sporting organisations that are using that facility. Other than that, I think we're sitting here trying to find a determination on we don't know what. We have no idea what is, well, unless there's somebody sitting around this table that's in a different position to me, because I have no idea what is being proposed up there. I have no idea what the impacts will be on our park or on the clubs that are up there, 3 clubs, very, very great clubs that we all care about, and on the school that's just across the road and on the neighbours. So we don't know. But at the end of the day, for council to have a position, we have to be informed. And at the end of the day, it's a state government project. They are conducting the consultation, and honestly, I'm really at a loss to know why we're even doing this, because it's not that we don't care, and it's not that we don't lack courage. It's just that we don't know what we're actually talking about. We haven't seen a project. We haven't seen what they're going to do. And for me, to sit here voting blind on something, it doesn't seem to be good policy to me. So having the courage to say that, when we know what's happening, then perhaps we can talk about it, but the time is not right now. Thank you.
Another speaker against?
Point of order, Chair. I just want to correct some statements there from Councillor Taylor. Without divulging the contents of a confidential deputation from the department to council here in this room, we have been given some principles in the likely extent of this site being developed and the intention for the Olympic Games?
Point of order, Madam Chair. There was about lots and lots of things, but nothing about what's going to happen there. And unless there's something that I've missed, and Councillor Shines and Councillor James, have we been told what's going to happen up there? No. So I don't believe we've been given an overview of other things. So there's no point of order on that. I don't agree with that. We need to wait and see what's being proposed before we determine a
We'll go back to the debate now. Councillor Farquhar, did you want to speak against the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, I'm with you, Carol, Councillor Carroll. We haven't been informed. I feel like we're in the dark. We haven't had consultation, but surely if we want to form a position, then we can chase down, we can get information, we can speak to the state government and then form a position through getting more info. I just feel like we need more information, full stop. The community needs more information and we need to form a position. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker 4. We're all spoken out. Now, Councillor O'Shea, did you want to sum up?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the debate around the table. I found myself nodding along to a lot of things that those that speaking against it, and I think that's probably a fair indication as well that obviously everyone around the room was sort of, in one way or another, we're chasing the same outcome, which is the best for the community, so it can't be a bad thing. So just a couple of things for why I, ummed and ahed and moved backwards and forwards on this, because I truly do understand the intent of this, and I think there's absolutely some merit in what we're trying to achieve and what we want to be able to do with it here today. I think we just need to step it back a bit and just have a look at this. So in terms of what is Council's position, we do have a position. We have a position, how many years ago it was now, by resolution, to pursue, and I'm paraphrasing, but to pursue Olympic opportunities, which in turn led to a secondment, which in turn led to, so that our position is that we've said, yep, we want to pursue Olympic opportunities. In order to have an opportunity at Olympics, they assess a whole region, venues and things like that. And from that initial assessment, this site was the one that's been earmarked as potentially a site. I'd love it to go to Charlton, but that's actually ineligible because they've said no new projects. So it's about legacy ones. So that, trust me, I'll be the first one in that camp because that's something I know as a community that we need. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. So that's sort of the scenario of sort of where we sit. Consultation and where we fit with it. A heap of questions been raised here, and we all want to know the answers. That impacts around, from budgetary impacts for us, amenity around it, all of the infrastructure areas that we've talked about. They're all crucial in the part of this, and just exactly what this looks like. This has sort of been triggered, I imagine, of course, because we had a letter from one of the clubs there, and very valid, obviously, in their concerns and seeking consultation, seeking answers around exactly what's going to happen there. I'm sure all of us at different stages have spoken with a number of the different clubs up there that are all impacted, and we all sort of want to know what the position is for them moving forward. I don't need to go into the understanding that we have of the history and nostalgia around those clubs and what they represent to this region. So it's really, really important. So I think for the Bowls Club, who of course sent this initial letter and through the Mayor then sought some information through Graham Frayne, the information that's come back and has been submitted to them, I hope gives them some comfort around what the process is, because as we said, we are in the project validation process and clearly outlines there around the consultation that will occur with them, who it will be undertaken by, and when it will occur. So I think today, by us having this on the agenda the way that we have and how we exactly word it, is showing courage that we want to be more a part of this conversation. But not only that, we want our community to be taken on the journey with it. We are in the project validation report process, so hence the words of that. They have to validate the project. So all of this stuff that we've talked about and the fact that we've put it on record here now, I hope sort of further amplifies to the state. These are the sort of questions in this project validation we need to be answered. So I want to see what the outcome of the project validation report process is. Once we've reached what the information is from that, and that's about consultation. Councillor Farquhar mentioned before perfectly. We need more information, or those clubs need more information. The community needs more information. More information is about consulting with them. So we're saying we want this consultation and reiterating on behalf of our community that they need to know exactly what is going on with it. Once we reach the end of the project validation process, should we be determining a position? Maybe, maybe not. That, to me, that is the time. If we as a council see benefit for our community and to show courage and to stand up and say, this is our position on it, that's the time. I'm uncomfortable to say that we're going to put out a position before we've even understood what's a part of this project validation process. So I believe the best outcome for our community, for our council, is obviously that we put it on the table, that we want this further consultation. We continue to push through the avenues that we've outlined here. All of the items that have been raised here today, and there's probably a few more, to be honest, because we know how big this is and how much this impacts. Councillor Bill said it right. It's not the surrounding suburbs; it's the entire region. That we want an outcome for. So that's why, councillors, as I said, I really respect the opinions that are being put forward, and I really respect reasons why councillors are keen for us to put a position out there at the moment. But for me, this is the reasons why I feel we are not at the stage of the project to be able to put forward that we want to determine a position. I want to be able to make that decision if we need to put that position out once this project validation process. So that's why, councillors, I sought this the foreshadowed motion of consultation, because I think that's the phase that's most important to us right now. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, councillors. So the motion is that council advise the Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport that during the state government's project validation period in relation to the Toowoomba Sports Ground upgrade, council would expect and appreciate being consulted on the proposal. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Councillor Farquhar and Councillor Summerfield against. Division? Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. That is the end of that. Thank you, everyone.
Acting Chair, could I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes?
Okay, we've got Councillor McMahon moved and Councillor O'Shea seconded that we're going to adjourn until 5. Those in favour until 5:02. It's carried. Thank you.
Well, councillors, we will resume the meeting, the November meeting, for ordinary meeting of council. And we move to item number 14, councillors, which is any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda papers. Item number 14, there's been nil advised. Councillor Bill? This is general business. Sure.
Sorry, Chair, could I ask permission to raise the matter of your Merrill Minute again, but not re-prosecute that, but actually put it up as a motion for councils to consider. But anyway, I need to ask, with that addition, I need to ask permission to do that. Happy if councils don't feel comfortable, and we'll go from there.
Well, councillors, it's just whether anyone feels the need to do this at this stage.
It's basically what you put this morning, with the addition of that highlighted line. So
It'll just be a separate, because we've already approved
it's a
this morning.
separate motion, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it should be attached to this. Which this would be, that motion was approved this morning to actually go through as a submission. So your motion would be, I haven't read this, but it would be a fresh motion.
That this be our submission. And that's the only line that is included in addition to your original motion that we accepted this morning. I'm happy to be guided.
Yeah. I think it's a completely separate motion, Brian, because one is in relation to, which was already approved and done, vote was 7-3. This, I would think, if you're seeking for a moratorium on CSG extraction in the Toowoomba region, or whatever it may, if that's what you're seeking, then that would be a separate motion. It wouldn't include a submission to the Queensland Department consultation paper.
Yeah, I'm saying as part of the submission that we actually ask for a moratorium, and in the spirit of what a moratorium is, it's a whole, so that you can read the definition of a moratorium, and yeah. But anyway, so I guess the first process is ask for permission to raise it. If councillors don't feel so to do so, then that's fine.
Just the wording up there, Councillor Bill, at the front, that in accordance with best practices, permission be granted to consider at this meeting seeking a moratorium of CSG activities in the Toowoomba Regional Council area. That's what you're seeking, and you're comfortable with where that sits?
Yep.
So that is a motion to bring forward for that discussion. So you're moving that, Councillor Bill? Is there a second of that?
While seeking permission to do
For permission, that's what you, for permission at this stage.
I'll second it, Mayor, based on the opportunity to have that discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Nancy second. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. So therefore, Councillor Carl, you now have the opportunity to bring forward the motion.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, councillors, for allowing me to do that. Look, I guess if you look at the intent of a moratorium and the definition as per a number of encyclopedia definitions, one is a moratorium is a temporary suspension of an activity or law until future consideration warrants lifting the suspension. So I guess I'm not saying that we put an end to CSG exploration and mining. What I am saying is, as per that yellow line highlighted, Wendy, sorry, could we go? The council call for moratorium on CSG activities in the area to allow time for critical consideration of the issues below, or these issues, and as set out in this morning's motion that was passed. And the reason why I do that is because it's a time for us to pause. There is enough evidence, and I'm not the technical expert, but there is enough evidence on a global basis, and particularly the criticality of Western or regional communities who have a principal source of groundwater as their water supply, both for potable and for agricultural commercial use. And the risk of contamination, there's a weight of evidence there that suggests that it doesn't matter which entity, they have a failure rate on these wells as they put them down through these aquifers. We're not talking about 100% success, we're talking about a percentage of failure rate, which runs with an element of risk. It doesn't put regional Queensland, for that matter Australia, wherever CSG exploration and mining takes place, it doesn't put us in a good position if you evaluate it on a risk basis with water table. And hearing from the residents and recalling a comment from one of the gentlemen that came and had a deputation with council recently, to the best of my recollection, said we have absolutely nowhere to go within the current framework of legislation. So I think, again, we need to support our residents. That's our principal role. We need to support our residents and their livelihoods and the impacts that are upon very imminent, likely imminent, because these wells, some we heard, some in the vicinity of 800 to 900 wells being put down through the aquifers in our region in the very short to medium term future. So it's not here yet, but it's coming. So I think that's a time for us to pause, and that's the only reason why I would like to see us strengthen that. And please, Mr. Mayor, I'm raising this respectfully, and I think it's this council with the right intention has raised this to represent the community. I think we just should firm it up and ask the state to take a check on this so that we can ensure that our residents are looked after as best as possible. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole. Just want to confirm some wording, or perhaps you might consider another word that's added into that. That says the council called for a moratorium on CSG activities in the Toowoomba Regional Council. There would already be activities that are underway. So whether it says moratorium on, I beg your pardon? A moratorium on approving new CSG activities,
Yep.
In the Toowoomba Regional Council area, so it's specific to our Regional Council area, to allow time for the critical consideration of these issues. And the rest of it is the same as what we put before. So the clarification I'd like, CEO, is this morning we approved, by way of vote, the submission to go to the coexistence. This, therefore, is another motion with the intent of doing the same thing, but strengthening it. So just, if you wouldn't mind making a comment.
I think you could create this as a standalone recommendation. The council call for a moratorium on approving new CSG activities in Toowoomba Regional Council area to allow time for the critical consideration of council's submission to the, whatever it was.
Oh, to the coexistence.
To the,
Yeah, good advice.
You're
Thanks.
just adding, so that stands alone, and this stands alone, saying you want a moratorium.
Yeah, no, thanks, CEO Brian. Through you, Chair.
So here's the wording here. That. Just let Wendy to put that information in there. So that's what I was concerned, that there's a level of confusion in regard to this. So we've got a seconder for that motion. Now, councillors, would anyone like to debate this or have any questions at this stage? Well, the motion before us is that simply exactly what Councillor Carr was talking about, and plus reference to our submission, which is what we've approved this morning. Okay, is that clear enough to see? Read. The council called for a moratorium on approving new CSG activities in the Toowoomba Regional Council area to allow time for the critical consideration of council submission to the Queensland Department of Resources, consultation paper, coexistence institutions and CSG-induced subsidence management framework. Councillor Tim, you have a question, or do you want to go to debate?
Chair,
Question?
just
Right.
to Councillor Bill, the word moratorium isn't one I've used a real lot, and I know that's what the speakers used when we had a deputation, and I note your definition from Google, but is there any divergence in definitions of that word, and do you want to clarify what you mean by that in the motion?
I think the intent of using that word is exactly stated in the thing, to allow time. It's not as I said, delete CSG. It's about taking time, taking stock of where we're up to, and asking the government to have another look and a check on some of the science and the frameworks and the legislation that is being used to make determinations about the suitability of this in some areas. And, you know, council's very rightly listed some of those areas. I think that's the critical part. And that's what our residents were calling for us to do, is that's, so I think that's what we need to do. It's pausing, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Megan?
Oh, Chair, I know we're not debating, and I just want to make a comment that I kind of look at this from, yes, the impacts on subsidence and on the water table, but I also look at it from the perspective of, we know that climate change is real. We know that we have irreversible levels of global heating, and I just think for our residents, people need to push back and start from somewhere and say, you know, it's now or never. We need to take drastic action to avoid disaster, and that includes deep cuts in the fossil fuel usage. And I think even from that perspective alone, we've got a very small voice at local government to push back, to advocate for our residents. And this, to me, is in a strong voice saying, you know, we're not happy. We don't want this, and saying this beefs up our submission to the paper. Yeah.
So basically, speaking in favour of the motion.
I am speaking in favour of the motion. I'm sorry, I did want to get it in there.
You're desperate to get it in. That's okay. Are there any other questions in regard to the motion that's before us? If there's not, Councillor Edwina?
Thank you, Chair. Just in reference to new, that's because we don't have any existing wells in our region. We've got a few. Okay, so they're fine, and it's just any new ones that are yet to be approved. Because there's probably quite a few that are approved that aren't operational yet too. So I don't know. Yeah, whether we. I
So
guess it's hard determining at what phase of the pipeline they're at that we say stop. That was just my question. I mean, how many new ones are already approved? Like, are they all approved? There's thousands in the, I don't know.
It's a good question, but that's why we added that in there, so that
New
it's approval of new.
activities, and doesn't matter what phase they're at. May I, Chair? Sorry. So there's a halt on that, and then look, it's ultimately will be the state government, and I agree, Councillor Megan, push back, but ultimately the state government is going to make a determination whether they think the current legislation and frameworks that they operate under with or have approved for CSG mining and exploration is fitting and appropriate, particularly and pertinent to some of those points that council's put on the table as real concerns. So it's like any other development. In this case, in other cases, the developer has the prerogative to stop the clock. Well, we're asking the government to stop the clock and do a reassessment. They may well find other evidence or be put in a position where they have to reassess stuff and the frameworks and legislation on which this sector is rolled out across, for example, good farming land, and putting at risk the topic that's not discussed enough and not opened up enough is groundwater and the dependence on that, and the toxicity of the water from CSG and what the likely impacts, and could you even irrigate broadacre farms cropping with that, and what is, there's a whole range of things. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's just the word, I guess new is better than nothing, but there might be some, new ones coming, and I guess we're in the pipeline, but I guess we can't be that specific, so we'll just leave it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. You had a question?
Yeah, just probably on that point. I'm just wondering why we have the word new in there. Surely what we're trying to do is to cease all activities of this nature, whether they're down the track or yet to happen. Full stop now. So if you left the word new out, I think you would achieve that.
I think you'd have to be very careful. I'll just make a comment. You'd have to be very careful how you handle that, just from a legalistic world of where contracts might be or how they sit. So I'd caution as to how we do that.
State government's problem, not ours. We're just calling it.
I'll be up to the room how they decide on this one. But Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to that point, I was going to say, I don't think it's just the state government's issue because because we know that there are existing wells, and we don't know the personal circumstances of all the landowners that have those wells. That might be a critical part of their income stream, and it would be a potentially unforeseen circumstance that we would be advocating to remove that's currently in place. So new, I would suggest, is a very important inclusion.
Okay, councillors, if there's no other questions or comments, is there a requirement to go into debate in this situation? Beg your pardon? Yeah, we had a mover and we had a seconder. It was Councillor Nancy. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, we're on a roll. It's fantastic. We are now up to the very important part of the meeting, unless there's other more general business. Anyone else? No other general business? Okay. We move to item number 15, councillors' wishes to close the meeting to the public, and for the reasons that are listed in the papers, one of which was a carryover from last week, and the second of which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, which will be 16.2. Could I have someone to move that we go into clues? Moved by councillor Carroll, seconded by councillor James. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Just wait for Oh, sorry, ready to go, Wendy? Thank you. Well, councillors, item 16.1 is the first of the confidential items. It's confidential WT 25-1920, new energy generation, invitation to tender stage 3 evaluation, supplementary report. Do I have a motion? Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. I move that Council adopts the tender evaluation panel's recommendation as contained within the confidential report titled, quote, WT 25-19 space 20, new energy generation dash invitation to tender stage 3, evaluation dash supplementary report, unquote.
Councillors, a second. It's Councillor Carol Taylor second. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of that recommendation, which is up on screen, Wendy's putting up, those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Those against? 1, 2, 3. 7 through. I've counted correctly this time. 10.
Requested division of the vote.
Record that vote as well, please, Wendy. So we'll just Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Carl, Councillor Von Hoff against, and then 7 remain. Go to the item 16.2. Right to go? Thank you, Wendy. Item 16.2, councillors, the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, November 23, and the motion is that it's on screen. Thank you. The council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Have someone to move. Moved by Councillor Megan, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to group reports. Item 17. Would anyone like to have a 5-minute stretch? Moved by adjournment for 5 minutes. Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Megan. Sorry? No, you're right. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. So we'll return at 5:15 by the looks of that. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Well, councillors, we'll resume our meeting as soon as Wendy has that up on the screen, and we'll be ready to go. We've got group reports on which to finish off the meeting day. Noting our first group report is planning and development, and the GM is not in the room at this stage, so we may skip that. Thank you, Carol. We may skip and go to order. We might just shuffle the order if councillors are of the mind to agree with that, so that we can keep moving. Okay, councillors, could I have someone move that we go directly to water and waste services? Moved by councillor Rebecca, seconded by councillor Nancy. Those in favour? That's carried. Jake, thank you very much for joining us again. Item 17.2, councillors, is a group report for water and waste services. The acting GM, Jake, is here to introduce or go through and then answer any questions. So, Jake, can I hand over to you when you're up and running? You can use mine if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, councillors. I guess under standard practices we would take the report as read, but noting that we've had a fairly significant month in October, I just would like to acknowledge 2 points publicly before proceeding to have the rest of the report as read. During October, Water and Waste Services held our annual Staff Recognition Awards. This year saw the highest number of staff nominations ever received, with a significant increase in quality and detail of the nominations. The event was well attended and supported by the Water and Waste staff, and is a testament to the level of dedication and teamwork that occurs within the group. I also want to acknowledge that there was a particular incident around Highfields in mid-October that resulted in the supply capacity of a network being exceeded, with emergency restrictions enacted. There were damage to pumps resulted in the event, which caused further issues in meeting water demand for 7 days. I just want to acknowledge that staff across the Water and Waste Services group worked tirelessly to manage water network levels and implement a range of short-term solutions to minimise impacts on the community. The water network management will be closely monitored and managed through the upcoming summer period. Long-term solutions to the issue, completion of a trunk main from the Mount Conock Reservoir, are being fast-tracked and will be in place in next year's peak demand. I'd also like to take the time to publicly acknowledge the community of Highfields for working with the Water and Waste Services Department to appropriate, and that we were able to return services as quickly as we could. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Questions, Councillor Nancy and Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I too would like to acknowledge the staff. They were very innovative in the things that they tried to do, and it was a very good teamwork when we worked through all those processes at Highfields. But I congratulate the staff for their innovative ways of trying to get the outcomes we ended up getting, and it's good that that's been resolved in the short term. So I just wondered, Jake, do you happen to have what the rainfall was around the dam catchments overnight, given that we got 70 at Crow's Nest?
Not on hand with me, councillors, but I'll try and obtain that information and distribute it to council this evening.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. That's all for you. Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. We might get close to full again, actually, for Cresbrook after the heavy rain. But Jake, thank you very much for your comments. Thank you for the report, but thank you very much in particular for your comments about the staff in Water and Waste Services Group, particularly over that weekend for Highfields, because the average person who turns on their tap won't know, can't know, and shouldn't have to know, I suppose, but what goes on behind the scenes and the degree to which staff across every single job, from fitters and turners to network managers, all work together, is just such a testament to the staff and under very, very, very challenging circumstances. So a credit to you and Matt and the entire team. So I really just reiterate your comments and thank you sincerely. And I also thank the Highfields community sincerely, because we look at the monthly reporting And there are some really high numbers here for the litres per person per day from some areas. Pittsworth, Brookstead, Southbrook is still up at 312 litres per person per day. All of these are supposed to be at 200. Millmerran is at 318. Those areas have historically been high, but you look at that list and I mean, Blue Mountain Heights, 247, but Highfields and Kabala, 223, and that's a big shift from 306 where we were that weekend. So I just reiterate your comments. Thanks very much to the Highfields residents. I know that they saw those signs, they heard what we were saying, and they responded in kind, and we're just very grateful for that. So thank you. And I think looking at those numbers, it reiterates the importance of that wider education campaign. Councillor Taylor has said it a couple of times about, you know, we basically got complacent. We've had good weather. We as a council and we as a community got complacent because we have had wet weather for a couple of years, and we probably had the luxury of not really monitoring our water use so much, and it's just a reminder that where we live we can never afford to do that. So that's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Any other? Sorry, Councillor Shine, you had a question?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I foreshadowed at the committee meeting last week a question not quite related to the report, but in relation to a query made to me by a farmer who farms on dry land downstream of Gary Creek, and his question related to the fact that we supply water treated to some extent to New Hope and also to the Millmerran mine. Is the water, that the balance of the water going down Gary, treated in any way? At what cost, if any, is that water to the council? And bearing in mind that irrigators don't pay for water extracted from the creek.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor Shine, for your question. As councillors may know, but the community may not, as part and parcel of operating a wastewater treatment plant, we receive waste from the community, and that comes in the form of both a liquid and solids. We then have to treat both of what's received, and as a result of that process, we then have excess liquid that is left over and is treated and released to the environment. As part of that activity, council is then regulated under what's called an ERA, an environmentally relevant activity. We have a licence, which the Department of Environment and Science I suppose, levy against council, and what council has to do is comply with that licence. If we don't comply with that licence, we're subject to fines as a result of our breach of a general environmental duty. So, in short, council does treat the water that floats, that we discharge down Gary Creek, but we treat that water to no higher standard than what's required as part of our environmental licence, which is a necessary component associated with the operation of a wastewater treatment plant. The cost associated of that is approximately $1,500 per megalitre, but we have no obligation as to how much we release, what we release to these irrigators that are downstream. I am aware that there are a number that have run-of-river type allocations that are able to access water if and or when it is available. But from council's perspective, we do nothing more than what is required from us under our general environmental duty as environmental citizens to ensure that the water that is discharged to the environment at that point is of a standard and quality that is in line with our licence.
Comfortable with that, Councillor Sean? Thank you. Any more questions for Acting GM Jake? If not, councillors, thank you, Jake, very much. If not, councillors, there is a motion that is before us, and the motion is simply that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks again, Jake. Councillors, Wendy, do we need another motion to go back to water? Go back to planning? We can go back to planning. So we'll move back to item 17.1, councillors, planning and development, and invite GM Nicola to come forward for her report. And welcome to you, Dr. Nicola. If you require, oh, you've got the report there. Try another one, this one there. I might just hand over to you, Dr. Nicola, and then go for questions after that if required. Thanks.
Thank you very much and good evening, councillors. I'm happy to take the report as read, and you'll note there we've provided an update of our inaugural industry forum. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Dr. Nicola. Councillors, any questions in regard to planning and development? I guess, Dr. Nicola, just one from me is around the shaping SEQ and the numbers, and this is as a result of a conversation at ComSec, in fact, last Friday. The numbers that Ipswich were given were then checked and deemed as overinflated, and therefore there is a requirement then for those numbers to be spread elsewhere. Did we receive any additional numbers into our proposed quota of numbers?
Thank you, Chair. That's a very good question. I think we received 2,000 additional as part of the sort of reallocation of those growth figures, but I'll confirm that exact amount and email councillors. But from memory, it was around 2,000.
Thank you. Thank you. There's also a session, Dr. Nicola, this Thursday around land supply. UDIA, and I think Carrie is presenting at that as well. Do you see that the shaping SEQ plan has put additional pressure on council to extend the urban footprint, or are you not quite at that stage of having that conversation?
Thank you. So obviously there have been some confidential conversations, so I think there may be some extension. So on Thursday, Carrie Musgrove, our new planning manager, will be speaking at the UDIA breakfast in relation to housing supply. Yesterday you would have received those reports by our consultants ID, and that a lot of those reports, for example, I think page 40 on the slide shows the huge uptick we've had in development applications received, and that is across it's the highest rate by at least double or possibly triple in the last 20 years, and so that shows for this year. But you'll also see for this region that growth in lone households, no children households, so just two together. And certainly the consultants spoke about that need to really look at diversified housing, increasing medium density, and sort of moving away from sort of conventional ideas of housing. That will all factor into that conversation on Thursday regarding housing supply. And we took part in a workshop that UDIA organised where we actually looked at different areas of available land and then rated its developability, whether infrastructure was there or it could be that there were sort of other factors. So it's part of the body of work that we've been doing together with the UDIA. So it should be a very interesting session on Thursday.
Thank you, Dr. Nicola. Any other questions, councillors? If not, there is a motion before us, which is simply that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Megan. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thanks very much, Dr. Nicola. Councillors, we move now to item 17.3, which is the Infrastructure Services Group report, and welcome General Manager Mike Brady. Welcome, Mike.
Good afternoon, councillors. Through you, Mayor. The group report for Infrastructure Services Group for October is tabled for your perusal, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to the ISG Group report or comments? No questions or comments, councillors. If not, sorry, Councillor Carol, you happy to move the motion, or you?
Sorry, I noticed that we've got here the, you know, and I know when we put it out to tender for maintenance, but the checks for the council's flood early warning systems have been brought back in-house, and it says here that they can manage it, but have they got capacity to do that? And I know we had little choice, but to do that with what was put back. But and the other question, I suppose, is when and it's going to be a while, I think, when BOM take over the flood warning systems, will ours be in the creeks? They'll be ones that they'll be taking over. And you may not know that yet.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. First question, with our flood early warning systems, we've been working, we did get quotes earlier this year, and the prices came in at 2 to 3 times what we had been paying the previous year, basically from the same suppliers for those services. And that was also talking to our peers in the industry, that was being reflected across the industry. We did work then closely with Water and Waste Services, and they've got a good team there. I will say they still got a very good team, but that unfortunately they've just lost 3 electricians. So by moving that service in-house, it's obviously something we'll just have to work closely with Water and Waste to see what we can do to still support the flood early warning systems as well. So that was an agreed approach that was going to, I think, work well for council and have substantial, I'm talking into the hundreds of thousands of dollars saving in the maintenance costs. So we'll continue to work with the Water and Waste there to see what we can do to manage that. That said, all the systems are up and running well at the moment. The second part of the question is, you're correct, BOM have a national program somewhere in the order of $230, $240 million through National Emergency Management Australia, I think it is. And they are taking over could call it a national management approach to a lot of the gauges and that across Australia. And so a lot of what so there's a transition period, probably be a few years, where a lot of gauges and that we actually manage, if they actually meet the specs of what the Bureau of Meteorology requires, there's a transition plan coming into play that will be able to pass that on to them, and then they'll take over that asset, the ownership of that asset, and the operations and maintenance of that asset, which will be very positive for local government across Australia, not only ourselves. So I don't think ultimately it'll be all our gauges, but there will be many of our critical gauges, and I think a question was raised, or maybe after the Gower floods, about what's happening with gauges and what happened in Gower in New South Wales. And I think this is sort of the federal government's step forward with the major flooding in New South Wales, but also the major flooding that's happened in Queensland, and how we can get a better network of gauges and information, both in a proactive way of information out to the communities.
Thank you, Mike, and add to that we are going to have a BOM weather station at Oakey or somewhere around Oakey, and obviously I think we asked on Friday at the road group meeting, and some of that preparations are being undertaken at the moment, and I know TMR are going to get that detail to us, but I know that was at the good efforts of John McVeigh when he was down in Canberra, and I think there are 5 for Australia, but Oakey is one here, and it'll fill the gap between Moree and Marburg. So that will also help us, I guess, with forecasting and other things in that space of flood rain or something. Thank you, Mike. Thanks.
Councillor Edwina?
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, just wanted to comment on the Nuku Road upgrade project. The road looks really good in these pictures. And it's opening soon, isn't it?
Yeah, councillors, yeah, and we've just put a date claiming in your diaries for the 8th of December. It is quite a significant section of road. The link between Crow's Nest and Blackbutt is now fully sealed for the first time ever, and South Burnett are also doing further widening of their single lane sealed section. So, you know, when I come here 13 odd years ago, we had a fair few kilometres to go. So it's been an incremental upgrade over those years, and I think very beneficial to both industry in that area and the community generally. So I think it's a good outcome overall. Plus there's a good bakery up in Blackburn.
What's that? There's a bakery.
There's one at both ends actually, one in Crow's Nest and one in the Yingo.
That make it more pleasant to get to them, perhaps. Either end. Okay, very good. Councillors, any more questions for ISG? If not, the motion is there before us then, and the motion is quite simply that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Kerry Shine. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Well done. Thank you, Mike. Thanks very much, GM. Good on you. Item 17.4, Councillors, Environment and Community Services, and welcome GM Nick Hauser to come forward and present the report, GM's report for the month of November. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The group report for the Environment and Community Services Group is included in the agenda for you. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you, Nick, very much indeed. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard or comments in regard to the Environment and Community Services Group report? Councillor Edwina and Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, two things. When we were, Councillor Megan and I were in Millmerran on Friday, we met with a retired firey, wasn't he? And he just said, would we consider, sometimes when the road was closed and they couldn't get to Millmerran, they couldn't get into town, or they couldn't get to the Wailara Community Hall, the evacuation centre, would we look at an evacuation centre on the other side, close to Kindon? And I don't know if that's too far away. It's obviously outside of our shire, but when the road's cut, people just wanted somewhere else to go.
Thank you. It sounds, that's always welcome, that feedback, and after every exercise we do a bit of a lessons learned to have a look at what worked well and what didn't work well and take on board that feedback so we can provide that feedback and see what might be possible for us there.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'd just like to, on that, we received, the Mayor and I received that as well, and the Kindon community is very open and a great community, so if we worked through that, should we need it. I know it's in Goondiwindi Regional Council area, but they're a very great community, and in circumstance like that, I'm sure that it'd be right for that to happen, I guess. I just wanted to say, and I guess the Mayor has already done this, but to thank through you, your staff that have been out there, and you know, everyone that's played a part in this last lot of fires out there. I think it all worked very well, and you know, I think we're very fortunate that the rain came and the wind dropped, so just everyone seemed to play their part, and really good. And have to pull out Michelle, who used to be with TMR, who's seconded over to QFES at the moment, and she's doing a great job over there. So I just think, you know, and the Millmerran and the community out there too, who mostly they all pull together. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, and I'll be sure to pass that on as I have already. Thank you for the email over the weekend, Mayor, and I've passed that on to the team already, and previous positive commentary. Councillor Vonhoff had some for us recently as well, so absolutely we take the opportunity to pass that on. The team, they're great people. They care deeply about their communities, and they're only too quick to jump into whatever's required, but pass it on. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor James, Councillor Eddie, then Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mayor. Mine was more a comment than just I was willing to move when appropriate, but just want to make a quick comment and highlight, Nick, it's a great outcome when you're seeing the property services around what's happened with the Pittsworth Showgrounds refurbishment. So all those groups, so fully funded, that have worked together, so for the betterment of the community of the facility, I think I just wanted to probably highlight that. I think that's a great outcome, and to see that that's what has occurred with all those different clubs that are involved with that, and local suppliers and materials, etc. So I just think that was nice to read, and I think that's a good thing to highlight to the community what those user groups of their own initiative have done for the betterment of their community.
Thanks, James. Appreciate that. Councillor Edwina.
Oh, forgot to turn that off. Thank you, Mayor. Just Nick, I know we've thanked all our staff, but I noticed here on 228 you mentioned all the businesses within the community who've helped volunteer through the fires. And I was wondering whether we could look at a media release from council thanking those members of the community for helping, perhaps.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Might be other things that we can do too, so I'll take that on board. There's a whole lot more detail in the report here than I'd ordinarily include, but I thought it was really worthwhile highlighting that stuff today. And again, to Councillor James' point, it's another example of the community coming together to help each other and help themselves. So I thought it was well worth highlighting, and we'll look for ways to formally thank them.
Yeah, there would be a process that you would go through by way of thanking them, particularly community development, which should be a normal business as usual process. So certainly something to follow through, I'm sure. Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Nick, had a report about Jenna Buckley being out manning the recovery places. I mean, is that really her role? Is that just that we don't have enough staff, or what? What's the situation there? That just seemed incredible to me.
I'd need to look into that. I'm not aware of Jenna personally staffing those. Our community development officers play a big role in that, and I know on the weekend with the Millmerran fires, there are a couple of staff from community development that were there. I'm sure Jenna, in her role as disaster management coordinator, is visiting those sites and helping establish them, but she's not the only person solely responsible for that. Councillor Megan.
Thank you.
Happy to take a bit more detail about that later on if you like.
Yeah. No, thank you. Any more questions, councillors? Oh, Councillor Carroll, sorry.
Comment, if I might, Mr Mayor. I'm just so grateful that you got SMS reminders for dog registration. I've gone over there for the last 3 years and tried to pay it twice a year. So I just keep forgetting whether it's at the beginning or the middle of the year, whether it's calendar or financial. And I think a lot of people, if I do that, then I'm sure a lot of other people do it too. So it's really good to be able to remind people that way. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, we'll take your money twice, 3 times, 4 times, whatever. However often you'd like to pay.
That's good. Thank you, Nick. We've got to get these books balanced as well as we can. Councillors, if there's no further questions, the motion before us is that the Environment and Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, GM Nick. Appreciate your report and all of the staff as well. We move to 17.5 now, Finance and Business Strategy, which is councillors the last of the day, and acknowledging all those who've been here all day. Anne-Marie, appreciate that. This is the last group report for November. So 17.5. Anne-Marie, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I'm happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Questions? Councillor Edwina?
I'm on a roll today.
You're on a roll. This is good. Good on you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anne-Marie, thank you for putting this together. I just note on page 233, we've introduced a Service Analytics Power BI dashboard, which gives us a lot more insight into trends and areas of concern within the ICT team. Could you perhaps just give everyone an update on where we're at with that?
Yes, so Councillor, what that is we created a dashboard to measure our internal performance in providing support across the organisation, and the ICT team did some work with the customer service team, and I think we know our customer service team set the benchmark for customer service to our external customers. There was an opportunity there for the ICT team to put in some metrics, so measurement and management, and we've seen a terrific result as a consequence of the work that's been done by the ICT team, enabling them to continue to support the rest of the organisation.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thanks, Anne-Marie. So page 235 of board books, the net promoter score, so we're sitting at negative 0.55, and we don't have the comparison with previous months, but I thought that we were actually, it was a bit better last month, and I thought that from memory we were sitting at about negative, it was still negative, but it was negative 0.3, and this is a little bit worse. Is that the case? Ideally, obviously, we want it moving in the opposite direction.
Sorry, off the top of my head, I can't recall what it was last month, but I do acknowledge this is not the result that we want to have at this time. So it's certainly something that we need to continue to work on. I know last month we had more promoters in the mix than we have this time. So I'm happy to send an email with and ensure that going forward we're tracking that so that we can have a look at trends.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's the trend. We know where we're at and we know where we'd like to get. So are we headed in that direction? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. If there's no other questions, so councillors, the recommendation is there before us that the Finance and Business Strategy Group be received. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, GM Anne-Marie. Councillors, just before we go on, because it's a public meeting, Jake has kindly followed up on the dam intake of water. Crestbrook Dam 59.6 millimetres, Perseverance Dam 64.2 millimetres, and Kirby Dam 44.4 millimetres. So thank you, Jake, for that update. Councillors, that concludes the November ordinary meeting of Council. It's been a long day, and I thank you, and I'm sure the community thanks the effort that we've put in to make the decision on their behalf. So good evening.